Samuel Gashove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to request for a statement regarding upgrading of a road in Subukia constituency. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the upgrading of Subukia Mwangaza, Simboyon Kanyot Bogoini Road in Subukia constituency. Honorable Speaker, the Subukia Mwangaza Simboyon Kanyot Bogoini Road G76553 and C1206, which is a 35-kilometer road, is currently in a severely dilapidated condition, rendering it largely impassable, particularly during the rainy seasons, when large sections become muddy and inaccessible. This situation has profoundly undermined mobility, safety, and the overall socio-economic well-being of residents within Subukia constituency. The affected area is predominantly an agricultural economic zone where farmers depend heavily on the road for the timely transportation of produce to local and regional markets. The poor state of the infrastructure has therefore resulted in substantial post-harvest losses, escalated transportation costs, restricted market access, and significantly reduced income for both farmers and traders. Furthermore, the continued neglect of this vital link has impeded broader development in the area and severely limited resident access to essential services, including healthcare, education, and commercial opportunities. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. Roman 1, plans being put in place to upgrade Subukia Mwangaza Simboyon Kanyotu Bogoini Road to bitumen standard. Roman 2, details of the funds allocated for the upgrade of this road in the year 2025-2026 and 2026-2027 financial years and the status of the funding. Roman 3, timelines for commencement and completion of the upgrade of the named road. And Roman 4, plans being taken by the Ministry of Roads and Transport to improve the condition of Subukia Mwangaza, Simboyon Kanyot Bogoini Road to ensure accessibility, especially during rainy season. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Gashove. Chair, Transport and Infrastructure, GK. When can you bring a response?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We will respond the first week after recess.
Okay. Is Edith Nyenze in the house? Tongoyo, are you ready for Edith Nyenze's? Raso, you are ready? Unfortunately, she's not in the house. So,
Mr. Speaker, Edith was able to prosecute an issue before the minister last week.
yes, and you concluded.
Yes.
So table the response.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is Mashua Waithaka in the house? Honorable Mashua Waithaka. Energy, Ikaria, are you ready? Is the member who sought the statement in the house?
Honorable Speaker, I
He
can't
normally
see.
sits at the back.
Yeah,
there.
he sits around here. I think he's not. Or can I table this and then he can get a written response?
No.
Okay.
hold it. Clerk, can you defer that to Thursday afternoon?
Most
You
obliged.
can respond on Thursday afternoon.
Most obliged.
Carol Omondi.
Please sit. Honorable Speaker, I did raise, and I would request that the majority leader pays attention. The member for Kikuyu and majority leader, please pay attention. I did request for a statement from the CS Treasury on the leasing of the sugar mills over 6-7 months ago. I've raised that statement twice. And I believe that this House, when statements are raised, there's a matter of urgency, and there are issues of public concern and of public that require immediate attention. Since then, the first time we raised this question was about the leasing program and the evaluation of the assets, which we discovered were given away for free. Now, over the weekend, we were in Kisumu, and the sugarcane farmers came to see us. Right now, what is happening, Honorable Speaker, is that the government is losing revenue.
Probably what was given away for free?
Honorable Speaker, when the leasing program was undertaken,
Yes.
Muhoroni Sugar had a nucleus estate of 1,600 hectares.
Honorable Farah, that statement is directed at majority leader, so give him time to listen.
Yes. Let me give the breakdown. Muhoroni Sugar.
I thought you already asked that, and you are only asking when is the response coming.
No, there are new emerging issues that I must bring to the attention of the House so that
Under what provision
we appreciate
do you
the urgency.
Order.
We are supposed to address matters of interest to the
Under
public.
what standing order do you
Under
amend
the Constitution.
a pending request for a statement?
Honorable Speaker, I cannot ask my questions in vain in this House. Even under standing order number 1, you have the power to order that the minister be brought to the House to answer the questions. Right now, the price of cane has been reduced from 5,750 per ton to 4,800. The government is supposed to get 4,000 shillings per ton for sugarcane mill and 3,000 per ton for molasses. What the millers are doing, they are crushing the cane in their private companies and not in the public ones. So the government is not even getting concession. Workers have been laid off. Families are being broken. Salaries have been reduced. People are suffering in Muhoroni, in Chemelil, and everywhere, including Sony Sugar and Nzoia. But the majority leader is shielding the CS Treasury to come and answer these questions that affect people in Nyanza and Western Kenya. I demand that the minister be dragged here by his tail or ear, and this question be placed as a matter of urgency to help the suffering people of Kisumu. That is issue of concern, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And in response to that issue by Honorable Karoli, I don't know whether it's Karoli Omondi or Karoli. I have no business shielding any cabinet secretary. It is not part of my work to shield anybody, leave alone a cabinet secretary. And I know the cabinet secretary hails from Honorable Karoli's constituency. In fact, he was his predecessor in the constituency. And therefore, I may not even want to get involved in the tiff between them on local issues. But the cabinet secretary shall be appearing before the House. Before the House, not before you. When we resume back from recess, Honorable Karoli Omondi should know that this is the cabinet secretary in charge of the National Treasury. And he has just come back into the country from Washington, D.C., engaging with the IMF on many issues. The fact that he was in the village over the weekend, I just said he has just come back because he came back last week on Thursday. And this week we are not able to have any cabinet secretary here, being the last week before the short recess. And the cabinet secretary will be here after recess. And he will also be coming for the statement on the revenue raising measures. So you have a lot of time to spend with the cabinet secretary in the House. Be prepared with all your questions. I am sure and very certain the Honorable John Buddy is up to scale and up to the task to answer all those issues. Being also somebody from the sugar belt, he knows and understands many of those issues. So the direct answer, Honorable Speaker, is that immediately after recess, we will schedule when the cabinet secretary will appear, and I'm certain he's also appearing before committees on engagements on the budget process. These are also issues, some of which that will be addressed through the Committee on Agriculture, and I would implore Karoli Omondi to also use the recess time, if those issues are very urgent, through the Committee for Agriculture to engage the Cabinet Secretary when he appears there on budget matters.
Thank you. Next order. Yes, yes, Jared.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you in a very special way, not just for giving me an opportunity to speak, but also to commend you for the intent that you have expressed, Honorable Speaker, to bring Social Health Authority and teachers together, Honorable Speaker, over this matter of onboarding teachers to SHA. Honorable Speaker, it is a testament that SHA works, and therefore the teachers who may be having other extraneous considerations as to why not to onboard this scheme, Honorable Speaker, is neither here nor there. And therefore, when I got word that you are going to bring these two warring factions together, Honorable Speaker, it fed into the leadership that you have not only provided in this House, but in our country, the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, we have as a nation experienced lots of challenges, but it calls for a person of your integrity, a person of your worth, to express the intention to bring the country together so that we can walk as a one unitary society. Honorable Speaker, we have, I need your protection. Some of my colleagues are, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, our country has experienced lots of challenges, be it economic, be it political, be it social, economic issues, Honorable Speaker. We need a person like you to always be the big brother, to give direction to this country. Many a times, Honorable Speaker, the issues that divide us are so minute, are so trivial, that do not worth the time of a country such as ours that is now on a rapid flight to economic growth, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, this matter that you have taken to bring teachers and social health authority together is a welcomed idea. It's something that every Kenyan needs to support. The country is one, the teachers are so many, and there are many, many people, including myself, Honorable Speaker, whose mother is suffering from a terminal illness, that can bear witness that indeed social health authority works. And therefore, I wish you well as you bring the warring factions together. And I know with your intellect and your wisdom that you have consistently employed in this nation, those two entities, Teacher Service Commission and Social Health Authority, will come to an amicable solution on the impending issue. And I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Jared, for that comment. Isairo, on the same issue?
No, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm just making a last-ditch attempt on the issue to do with the response on Kera, because it's now 3 months.
On Kera?
Yes, and we are approaching another short recess, and the chair has always been promising to bring a response every other next week. And he had promised that today was the final day. He's going to give a response on where the 13 million from every constituency went. And Honorable Speaker, if the chair is not able to answer that today, he can as well tell us the money will not be forthcoming. We plan on what to do with the roads in our constituencies that are no longer passable with these rains. Honorable Speaker, we can't be coming here and asking for statements, and the chairman always giving a tentative date for response, and having these pushed forward every now and then to a point that this is the 3rd month we are waiting for the response from the chair of roads, Honorable Speaker.
From where you sit, you may have noticed the chairman talking to me here. He approached me and said that he has received a response which from his estimation and understanding is grossly inadequate. And he will not want to present something that he himself doesn't even believe in. So I've given him the direction that he goes back to the ministry and brings a response when we resume, because we are going on recess on Thursday. And I also know that the responsible minister lost his father and burial is on Thursday. So I've told him to do so the first Wednesday upon resumption, which will be the 27th of May. Chairman, is that the direction I gave you?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, that's the response.
Robert Mbui, on the same issue? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the chairman gets his response, Mr. Speaker, it's good to note that this budget had been given and the amounts for every constituency had already been shared with the regional officers in charge of roads. And Mr. Speaker, tendering process had already begun and contractors had been awarded these roads. So, Mr. Speaker, it's going to be a very big problem if this money doesn't come back. Because what do you do with a tender that has already been opened and somebody has been assigned a job, and then suddenly you're being told as a roads committee to choose which roads will be done with the money that is available because this money is not there. So it's a major problem that he needs to deal with. And I think the only solution, Mr. Speaker, is for that money to actually be brought back. I think there is absolutely no other alternative. Otherwise, we'll end up in court with some of these contractors, and the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act is very clear. There should be no procurement done if the money is not available. So I think it's not a simple matter, and the chair has to take serious concern of it. Thank you.
Actually, that is the issue that Kisairo had raised. So it's good to emphasize. The chairman, you better attend to that and bring a response that is satisfactory and one that you also believe in. Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, extension of the period for consideration of a certain petition.
Nyamoko, Chair Lance.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following procedural motion that pursuant to the provisions of Section 5(2) of the Petitions to Parliament Procedure Act Cap 7E and the Standing Order number 227, bracket 2, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of public petition number 28 of 2025 regarding the ownership of land LR number 7545/3, brackets IR 21-038, forming the nucleus estate of Miwani Sugar Mills Limited, as succeeded by Miwani Sugar Company Limited in receivership by a period of 30 days from 26 April to 2026. Honorable Speaker, this petition was presented to the House on 3rd December 2025 by the Honorable Member of Suba, Honorable Karoli Omondi, on behalf of the residents of Miwani in Kisumu County, concerning the ownership of land LR number 7545/3 into bracket IR 21038, forming the nucleus estate of Miwani Sugar Mills Limited, as succeeded by Miwani Sugar Company Limited in receivership. Honorable Speaker, the petition raises weighty and far-reaching matters that touch not only on legal and policy questions, but also on issues of significant public interests. It's therefore prudent for the committee to accord this matter the depth of consideration it deserves. Honorable Speaker, in the course of our preliminary review, it has become evident that the issues presented before the committee are complex, multifaceted, and therefore requires careful interrogation, a thorough examination of legal frameworks, policy implications, and potential socio-economic impact of any recommendations that this House may ultimately adopt. The committee has also found it necessary to engage a wide range of stakeholders whose input is critical to a fair and balanced determination. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that the committee seeks for more time to process or consider this petition that is before the committee. I therefore move and request Honorable Joseph Gitari to second.
Honorable Gitari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this matter is before our committee, and it's such a complex matter, and there are some authority we want to invite so that they can shed some light. So, Mr. Speaker, if we are given that extension of 30 days from 26th after we resume, we'll be able to conclude it in a good way and in a good manner as a good committee. So I second, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Members on their feet, take your seats. Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 8, which is that, pursuant to the provisions of Section 5(2) of the Petitions to Parliament Procedure Act, Cap 7E, and Standing Order 2272, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of public petition number 28 of 2025 regarding the ownership of LR number 7545/3 in brackets IR 21038, forming the nucleus estate of Miwani Sugar Mills Limited, as succeeded by Miwani Sugar Company Limited in receivership by a period of 30 days from 26th April 2026. This being a procedural motion, do I put the question? Honorable members, I now put the question, and Bowen and your colleague, you are out of order. I now put the question, which is that, pursuant to the provisions of Section 5(2) of the Petitions to Parliament Procedure Act, Cap 7E, and Standing Order 2272, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of public petition number 28 of 2025 regarding the ownership of LR number 7545/3 or IR 21038, forming the nucleus estate of Miwani Sugar Mills Limited, as succeeded by Miwani Sugar Company Limited in receivership by a period of 30 days from 26th April 2026. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, the Certified Governance Secretaries Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to provide for the development and regulation of the Certified Governance Secretaries profession and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2025, second reading, resumption of debate.
Was any member on the floor? No members on the floor. Kawaya?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this particular bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill was committed to the Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on 13th November 2025 for consideration and reporting to this House. Honorable Speaker, allow me first to thank the Majority Leader for introduction of this particular bill, because it addresses most of the gaps that we have in this particular sector. Honorable Speaker, allow me to highlight some key provisions in this bill. This bill, one, establishes the Kenya Forest Academy, an institution that is supposed to train disciplined and uniformed officers. Two, it establishes the Office of the Director of Forest Regulation. Three, Honorable Speaker, this bill establishes the Kenya Forest Research Institute under the Forest Conservation and Management Act, which is currently domiciled under the Science, Technology and Innovation Act. Honorable Speaker, 4, this bill also establishes a framework for payment for ecosystem services. And finally, Honorable Speaker, this bill strengthens and also adds new offenses to the current bill. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank your good office for facilitating the Committee on Forestry, Environment, Forestry and Mining to conduct extensive public participation. We did public participation in 12 counties. And these counties are Isiolo County, Nyeri County, Embu County, Makueni County, Machakos County, Kilifi County, Kwale County, Kisumu County, Kakamega County, Kericho, Uasin Gishu, and Nakuru County. Honorable Speaker, during our public participation, we received both written and oral submissions. And Honorable Speaker, arising from the public participation and also consideration of this bill by the committee, we made the following observations. One, that the Forest Conservation and Management Act amendment bill, establishes the Kenya Forest College, which is supposed to train uniformed and disciplined officers. Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Director of Forest Regulation will provide regulatory oversight over KFS. Honorable Speaker, we've had a lot of complaints, including from the ministry, that some of this, especially the service, is operating basically without oversight, and we've had a lot of challenges, especially emanating from how rangers operate. And we've also received a lot of complaints from the public, especially regarding to rangers. Honorable Speaker, this bill again also establishes climate adaptation measures by incorporating efficient water harvesting and management technologies. Further, Honorable Speaker, this bill introduces pests. And this is very important, Honorable Speaker, the payment for ecosystem services. And I just want to give an example of Nairobi County and Nairobi as a whole. We enjoy water because people in Mount Kenya take care of the environment, and as a result of protecting the ecosystem, Nairobi is supposed to enjoy clean water. And this bill proposes that those who take care of the ecosystem are supposed to benefit basically from those who end up being the users of this particular product of the protected ecosystem. Honorable Speaker, we have also noticed that in the current bill, the offenses, the penalties to the offenses in the current bill are not punitive enough, and they only serve to encourage crimes in this sector. And I want to give an example. We've had a lot of challenges, people stealing forest products worth millions of shillings. And the current bill only allows offenses, allows fines to up to 100,000 for these offenses. Honorable Speaker, we feel that this particular enhanced fine is going to allow, is basically going to allow us to protect our forest in a better way by ensuring that these particular people who are stealing forest products from our forest. So basically, when we arrest them, the charges are, the fines are commensurate to the offenses, because we have also, of course, received a memoranda from the public that the fines shouldn't be too punitive, but we also want to have fines that are commensurate to the offense. The current fines are up to 100,000. What has been proposed in this bill is fines up to 1 million shillings. And we, of course, expect that the justice system is going to weigh crimes against the fines, so that people who are, for instance, starting fires in the forest, of course, their fines are not likely to be the same as people who are stealing forest products worth millions of shillings from our Kenya Forest Services. Honorable Speaker, while that said, we have identified some gaps with these amendments. For instance, one, this bill proposes to establish the Kenya Forest Academy. But if you look at the current law, it already has the Kenya Forest College. And therefore, we feel that establishing Kenya Forest Academy is basically a duplication. And therefore, we will be proposing an amendment, Honorable Speaker, to drop the creation of the Kenya Forest Academy, because the current Kenya Forest College can serve that particular purpose. In any case, where there is a need, the ministry is free to create a campus of the same college. Again, Honorable Speaker, there is also another gap in the proposed bill. It seeks, or it establishes the office of the Director of Forest Regulation. But if you look at the bill, there is no directorate for forest regulation. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, again, we will also be proposing an amendment to create the Directorate for Forest Regulation, for which then the Director of Forest Regulation will serve. Further, the said director, in the current proposed bill, there are no qualifications stated for the said Director of Forest Regulation, and therefore we'll also be proposing an amendment to anchor the qualifications in the new proposed bill. Honorable Speaker, again, we have also seen a gap that the current proposed bill proposes establishment or definition of mangroves and bamboos as indigenous trees or plants, and proposes to add them to the list of existing for indigenous forests. But Honorable Speaker, if you look at the law, there is no piece of legislation that states the list of the existing indigenous plants. And therefore, if we define these two, they will only be the only legally defined plants as plants in the list of indigenous plants, because such list doesn't exist, and therefore we'll also be proposing to drop this. More significantly, Honorable Speaker, in every other county that we did public participation, a special issue came up, and this issue has also been raised by this House, especially to me by the Budget Committee. And this is the issue of rangers, and that rangers are becoming a big problem to the communities around which they serve. Honorable Speaker, you saw the other day one of the rangers killing a member of the public. We have so many cases that have been reported of rangers acting lawlessly, and there's never been a way clearly to know how to address this particular menace by our rangers. And Honorable Speaker, we are going to propose an amendment in this particular amendment bill to anchor, because these are uniformed forces. This law allows us, as this amendment allows us currently, the amendment bill allows us to have the cabinet secretary designate uniformed and disciplined officers for the purpose of serving and as rangers. These people have firearms, they have guns, and for whatever purposes and reasons, they also need to be under the oversight of IPOA. And therefore, we'll be proposing an amendment to have these designated disciplined and uniformed officers be under direct oversight of IPOA. And this is going to help us deal with the particular issues that we are facing with our rangers. Honorable Speaker, finally, we have an issue around the chain of custody and timber grading. Again, we have our forests worth billions of shillings. These products that we get from our forests need to be identified, the particular source from which these particular forest products were harvested. And this is because, Honorable Speaker, this bill seeks also to extend the services of KFS to also private and community land forests. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it's only fair that because we have had a lot of challenges with substandard materials getting or products getting to our markets, either through importation or exportation, we want to be able to identify specifically which products are from which particular source, and therefore the bill has proposed an introduction of the chain of custody and timber grading. The timber grading will allow us to use professionals who are going to be licensed by the proposed Office of the Director of Forest Regulation, and this timber grading we therefore then work together with the chain of custody so that we can know if there is a substandard timber product or forest product, what is its source, what is its source. As such, again, of course, therefore, transportation of any materials will also then be accompanied by a permit. The law or this piece of legislation had proposed transportation as a crime. Currently, the available act, as it is, recognizes moving products within the forest as a crime, starting fires as a crime, but does not recognize transportation as a crime. And therefore, what has happened is that KFS officers have actually colluded with people. They cut down trees, they harvest, and they give these particular products to another person to transport. What essentially that means is that in the past, there's never been a crime to transport stolen materials. But right now, with the chain of custody, we will be able to track down every product so that, because it is actually a crime to transport materials without a permit, therefore every single piece of material that or forest product that is being transported, we will be able to trace it down to the forest from which it was harvested. Honorable Speaker, this bill, if enacted into law, will enhance sustainable forest management, strengthen governance and institution coordination within the forest sector, promote conservation and rehabilitation of forest resources, and improve the participation of communities and stakeholders in the forest management. Honorable Speaker, the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining, having considered the bill and facilitated public participation on the bill, recommends that the House approves the bill with amendments. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Kawaya. Komingoi, are you queuing for this? Charles Ngusia, are you queuing for this? Yes, Bowen.
Honorable Speaker, this bill has been debated extensively, Honorable Speaker. In the last few weeks, I'm making a suggestion.
Go ahead, you
Honorable
don't have
Speaker.
to be distracted.
You
are addressing the speaker, not Oundo.
Yes, we had debated this bill extensively, Honorable Speaker. We were only waiting the input from the public participation, which the Honorable Chair has given out very well. Honorable Speaker, if it is in order that we ask the mover of this bill to reply, Honorable Speaker, so that we make a progress with other business of the House, because we debated for almost, I think, close to 2 weeks.
Let me see. Shakil, hold on, Shakil. I can see Shakil and Oundo. I'll give those two. And Bukose, then the mover be ready to reply. Let me start with Shakil. So
thank you.
After Shakil, Bukose, after Bukose, Oundo, then mover to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Kenya's forest cover has depreciated by about 90% since pre-independence. We had the Forest Service, we have the director or chief forester, and we had a very good service that was working together with the KWS. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm an honorary warden of KWS, and we interact very closely with the KFS, the Kenya Forest Service. Mr. Speaker, sir, firstly, I want to just tell you this college or academy should be I agree with them, they don't need another academy. But the most important thing, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that forest rangers have been falsely accused many times. 1 out of 5 may be corrupt, but they are used by leaders to do what is not within their purview. So we are looking at forest rangers as culprits, as those who are indisciplined. They're actually from the service. They are trained, they have a gun, and they use that to protect themselves. But I know 1 or 2 people, I know a number of people have been killed. Mr. Speaker, sir, the problem is Wananchi. Wananchi always had the right, even in the past, to go and collect what is called those pieces of wood, forest branches that were fallen on the ground. It was something that has been done for years and years, and they never destroyed the forest. What had happened thereafter is, if you fly over, Mr. Speaker, across Molo and Albergan, etc., you'll be shocked. And at the way the forest has been decimated in the middle. And that, of course, is involved sometimes, and I'm sure the Forest Service officers may be involved. Mr. Speaker, sir, at one time, we had sandalwood in this house, in Kenya. The majority of the sandalwood was taken out of the country. A majority leader, you might want to hear this, was with the support of one gentleman who was in power at the time, and he literally wiped out the sandalwood in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, I noticed this money. This is also a money bill, and we need to talk about the money bill. Our uniformed officers are paid very low. They are put into situations, normally in forest, which they cannot maintain, and they try their best to work on the basis. The chief forester needs support by bringing another department, and as by all means, shall let it be there. They call it the Directorate of Forest Regulations. That's fine. Does that mean that the chief forester has no say whatsoever? I think he was like the Director of Forest Regulations, but perhaps you are trying to dilute all that, so the chief forester remains just in charge of the rangers. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that I noticed on the board of the institute, which no longer is there, but just to point out, there were a number of people, about 11 officers on the board, and KWS was not part of that board. I know this is being dropped, but it's very important, Mr. Speaker, sir, to put together the Kenya Wildlife Services and the Kenya Forest Services. We work together, and they work together. Even if you go to the Masai Mara, you find them working hand to hand. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is the money bill, and there are a number of issues, including the issue of fines. And I agree with my colleague that the fines must be upgraded to more than 1 million or maybe a couple of 100,000, so that these people can be followed. The transportation of wood also is important because it's stolen property, and then there is the issue of the wood that comes from Uganda and Congo and Rwanda, the hardwood. We really don't know whether they are coming from there, but they come over here unabated, so we don't know what it's looking at. And I think the Forest Service needs to have some sort of policy as to in respect of importation of wood. Not recently, about 6 months ago, His Excellency allowed the harvesting of certain mature trees. Immediately thereafter, in Elburgan and other places, all over Kenya, we saw a lot and lots of wood harvested and on the side of the road. And that seemed to be they seem to be not controlled. And my heart really went out to these, because I felt that we are losing the essence of forest management. And by bringing other people now, all called regulators and others, we are going to isolate the rangers. So I feel that the rangers must work with the chief forest officer, and the chief forest officer should be very much with the chief forest registration, whatever they called him just now. With those few remarks, Mr. Chair, I want to state that I'll be sending my other proposals to this bill so that we don't rush some of these things through. We must protect our forests. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Bukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill with some amendments. Honorable Speaker, our forests are actually our life, and therefore they must be protected. I come from a constituency that I have 3 forests, big forests: Swam, Kimodon, and Kiptokot Forest, which are within the Mount Elgon water tower. And these, Honorable Speaker, are some of our key areas that we must be able to make sure that they are protected, and that our communities also benefits from this. Honorable Speaker, when you look at in terms of resources, you will find that the Kenya Forest Service has been harvesting trees from these areas
But when you look at what goes back to the community, it is actually quite negligible, because right from Swam all the way to even social forest in Saboti, you cannot pinpoint what major project has been done by the Kenya Forest Service. Yet our people have been protecting these forests, and even some of them have lost life in their duty of even looking for firewood, our women and our boys. Recently, in Kimodon Forest, a young man, Boaz, was killed by the Kenya Wildlife Service officers just for carrying firewood. And this has been happening, either being killed by Kenya Wildlife Service or being rangers, or being killed by the Kenya Forest Service rangers. And this, Honorable Speaker, I think with this bill, I think we should be able to rein in the discipline within those services, because when they engage themselves to kill the communities, members of the communities bordering them, then they bring bad relationship between the Kenya Forest Service and the wananchi who are working there. You will find that under the Kenya Forest Service Management Bill of 2016, there is creation of the CFA, Community Forest Associations, which is supposed to be part and parcel of protecting these forests. And therefore, when you get that the rangers coming there and behaving in a wild manner, like animals, when they find anybody within the forest catchment area, I think that is something that should be discouraged. And Honorable Speaker, I think in this bill, we should be able to separate the command structure of the rangers, because more often you will find that the chief conservator is a civilian. It's not somebody who has risen through the ranks of a ranger or being an armed officer. And therefore, there is some disconnect between the chief conservator and who is in command of the forest rangers. And therefore, I think that is what creates a lot of indiscipline within the Kenya Forest Service rangers, and that causes harm within the community. And therefore, in this issue about us achieving the target that has been set by His Excellency, the President, of planting 15 million trees, I don't think we can be able to achieve if there is no cooperation between the community and the service that is supposed to provide guidance and support to the communities to make sure that we go into the same direction. Honorable Speaker, in harvesting the timber from the forests that are within those areas, some of the roads to those forests are also destroyed. And you'll find that it is with the members through either KERA or even through CDF that we are able to repair some of those roads. And therefore we ask ourselves, the harvest that is being done, the A that is being generated, how come it cannot be pumped back to make sure that the roads are well maintained within those areas, the trees are replanted within those areas, and the community can also benefit from those dead wood that falls down, and they might not be of any use, but it will be of value to the community when they are using the wood for their cooking and other activities. Honorable Speaker, this is a very important bill that is before this House, and since it has been contributed a lot by many of the members, I'll reserve my comments at that level, but I support the bill, and I'll be coming with amendments. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also arise to comment on the Forest Conservation Management Amendment Bill 2025. Honorable Speaker, as I stand here, it reminds me one typical joke that rains don't come from forests, they come from heaven. And I do believe this probably lends to the credence that you can never underrate the impact of forests. We are always told through literature and practice that for us to ascertain a certain level of environmental protection, we need a certain forest cover. The Kenyan forest cover is below the national standards, and probably many researchers would have informed the reason why many of the trees have been cut and forests have reduced all over the country. Honorable Speaker, the bill introduces some of new terminologies in the definitions that probably are in tandem with the climate change regime that we are debating at the moment. Honorable Speaker, there are a few provisions in the bill that requires rethink. And I want to pick up where Dr. Bukosa has left off. The issue of forest rangers, the issue of abuse of the firearms by the forest rangers requires something that needs to be addressed. We had hoped that this amendment to the bill would have addressed that issue. You remember the issue that happened like in Nakuru, where Brian Odhiambo was allegedly killed by KWS rangers, and nothing has been done now. Honorable Speaker, the bill under clause 6 seeks to amend section 16 of the Principal Act to transfer, Honorable Speaker, or to transfer or to clarify the management of forests, designate a specific cadre of the staff of the service to be uniformed and disciplined officers of such ranks as shall be determined in the service with approval of the Cabinet Secretary. The Cabinet Secretary, in respect of this bill, Honorable Speaker, is the Cabinet Secretary in charge of forestry and conservation and natural resources. Honorable Speaker, uniformed officers need to be under uniformed command. Honorable Speaker, many Kenyans have spoken to seems to be a bit afraid that the abuse perpetuated by the rangers, if this bill stands as the way it is going to get out of hand. So the suggestion has been, and with the permission we'll discuss with the chair of the committee, we need to probably operate like any other forces. Let KWS be uniformed police officers, trained, and probably with a bit of command from the National Police Services to ensure uniformity and accountability. Honorable Speaker, the way it is...
Are they not uniformed?
They are uniformed, but they need to be under central command, just like all other, just like it's provided for in the Constitution and Article 244. So that we do not want these disparate cases that there's another person who has got guns bought by the government of Kenya taxpayers' money and is not accountable to any disciplined officer. So we need to relook at that. I hope they will agree we will deal with that matter. Honorable Speaker, the bill establishes Kenya Forest Academy. Kenya Forest Academy to offer training in forestry. Honorable Speaker, a number of universities in the country currently have got a whole degree course called forestry and related activities. I really do not know where the overlap will be, where the connection will be, where the synergy will be. Is it a case of duplication, or is it a case of specialized? Like now that after university degree, you go to the academy to get more detailed training to enable you to become a professional and have a professional certification for that matter. Honorable Speaker, of course, there's also provisions in the bill that requires now one of the functions of the county government shall implement national policies on forest management and conservation. I do believe somebody might ask, county governments are independent, but they are interdependent. What will happen to this matter? Honorable Speaker, the bill also provides quite a number of issues that seems to be an overlap. There's going to be an overlap between NEMA, it's going to be an overlap between other Ministry of Agriculture, there's going to be an overlap in the Ministry related to water. So I hope at the point of cleaning up, Honorable Speaker, we will clean it up so that we align, we avoid duplication, we avoid overlap that will bring unnecessary contentions in the implementation of the bill. Honorable Speaker, the bill also introduces so many other offices that's not going to be another behemoth of a bureaucracy. It has so many other offices, and I do believe we'll have a chance to clean it up as we proceed. Finally, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I just want to urge people of Kenya that a tree today saves lives tomorrow. Planting a tree today saves our environment, saves our country. Wherever you are, whenever you can have space, let us plant trees adequately so that we can increase our forest cover and return the rains that we used to experience in this country in the early 80s and mid-90s. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support. Time allowing, I'll move some amendments. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Majority Leader, mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And allow me, Honorable Speaker, to begin first by thanking the Honorable Kawaya and his Committee for Environment for the very good public participation they did. And for those who have bothered to read the report of the committee, you see there were many pertinent issues that were raised by people in Makueni, some in Kwale. And again, looking at the recommendation of the committee, you can clearly see that they have addressed the concerns that were raised, especially on matters of devolution issues by people in Makueni. And they have indeed addressed that issue to make sure that we don't claw back on the gains of devolution, and also ensure that there is no duplication of work between what is being done by KFS in terms of providing technical assistance to private and community landowners, and the issues that were raised by the public in Makueni in terms of ensuring that there is no duplication of this work by KFS and not clawback on devolution. And since this bill is also going to the Senate, Honorable Speaker, upon its adoption here, I believe that also those in the Senate will also work through their committee to ensure that they protect the issues that touch on devolution and management of our forests. Honorable Speaker, many of the issues that have been raised, if you listen to what Honorable Ondo is saying, what Honorable Pukosa was saying, issues touching on the designation of the Kenya Forest Academy. Again, if you look at the report by the committee following their public participation, it's true that they saw that possibility of duplication of roles. And indeed, part of the amendments that they have proposed, since we have the Kenya Forest College, Kenya Forestry College, is to, under Clause 7, to avoid that duplication, they are rejecting the establishment of the Kenya Forest Academy, since we already have a college in existence. Also, Honorable Speaker, you've heard from what Honorable Ondo has said, the issues that Honorable Pukosa has said, and issues that were touched on, where you have disciplined officers. It is true, these officers are in uniform. Therefore, being uniformed and disciplined officers, there ought also to be a clear mechanism of oversight of these officers. And the committee, again, following public participation, and following the concerns, as Honorable Ondo has raised, the issue of the KWS officers in Nakuru, Lake Nakuru, the issue Honorable Pukosa has raised of a young person who was killed by KFS officers somewhere in his constituency, we have proposed, or the committee has proposed, that these officers they are proposing an amendment to make sure that these officers fall under the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, IPOA. Therefore, any transgressions against the people by these officers will be addressed through IPOA. Honorable Speaker, also you see the committee has introduced provisions that regulate the import, export, and re-export of our forest products more strictly, ensuring that our local timber graders and experts are registered and protected from unfair trade from either our neighbors or other people from outside of our jurisdiction. Honorable Speaker, the many issues that were raised through public participation, I see from the committee's report, they have proposed a number of amendments that will address many of the issues that stakeholders and members of the public were able to raise. I saw a lot of support, especially on the payment for ecosystem services, and I followed from the minutes of the committee the support that, particularly the people of Kwale, were very supportive of this payment for ecosystem services provision in the bill. And the residents expressed their very strong support for this. But we must also work to ensure that we also protect private forest owners. And there is a distinction that the committee has created to make sure that there is a clear distinction of what is public or community forest and the private owners of forests. And also to ensure that there is a clear distinction of even the benefits that come from climate change and carbon credit trading, both for private forest owners, community forest owners, and even public forests. Honorable Speaker, let me not belabor much because as Honorable Bowen had said, we debated this bill immensely and had sought to adjourn it to benefit from the public participation process, which the committee has done, as has been clearly been captured by Honorable Kawaya, Honorable Kose, who have spoken this afternoon, and also Honorable Undo and the member for Kisumu Town, Honorable Shakir Shabir. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply and urge members to support this bill, even as we go to committee of the whole House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, member on their feet. Take your seats. Order members, take your seats. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 10, which is that the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2025, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Forest Conservation and Management Act and for connected purposes. Order number 11, the Income Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2026, second reading.
Chairman, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I raise before this Honorable House to move the motion on the Income Tax Amendment Bill, Bill number 20 of 2026, and to present the report from the Departmental Committee of Finance and National Planning, passed on to Standing Order 245. The committee has carefully considered this bill and discharged its mandate in examining its legal policy and economic implications. Honorable Speaker, the principal object of this bill is to amend the Income Tax Act to provide for exemption from capital gains tax on the transfer of property by a company to its shareholders as part of an internal organization, or on the transfer of property to a company by shareholders as a consideration for such transfer. The bill is seeking to provide genuine internal corporate restructuring by ensuring that the tax does not arise in transactions where there is no change in the ultimate beneficial ownership. Honorable Speaker, under the current provisions of the 8th Schedule of the Income Tax Act, transfers of property between a company and shareholders may be treated as chargeable disposals and therefore attract capital gains tax, even where such transactions occur solely within the same economic group as part of a restructuring exercise. This has created a tax burden on transactions that are, in substance, tax neutral and do not amount to a realization of gains in the ordinary sense. Honorable Speaker, the bill proposes to introduce a new exemption under Item 6 of the 8th Schedule to address this gap by exempting transfers undertaken as part of an internal reorganization subject to clear safeguards. These include the requirement that the property must be distributed in proportion to shareholders' existing shareholding immediately before the transfer, and where shares are involved, such shares relate to a subsidiary of the company undertaking the reorganization. These conditions are intended to ensure that the relief applies strictly to genuine internal restructuring transactions and not to arrangements designed to avoid tax. So, Honorable Speaker, an important feature of this bill is that it introduces for the first time a definition of what internal organization is for the purpose of the 8th Schedule. The bill defines internal reorganization as restructuring of the ownership, control, or assets of a company which does not involve a transfer of property to a third party. This definition, Honorable Speaker, is very critical in providing certainty, eliminating ambiguity, and reducing disputes regarding these transactions qualify for relief. Honorable Speaker, the bill further amends Section 7 of the Income Tax Act to provide the transfers of property undertaken pursuant to this exemption shall not be treated as distribution for purposes of income tax. This is a very important safeguard as it ensures that the qualifying restructuring transactions are not recharacterized as dividends and subjected to income tax, which may defeat the very purpose of the proposed transaction. Honorable Speaker, the amendment therefore seeks to promote clarity, predictability, and fairness in the tax treatment of internal reorganizations, while supporting business continuity, investment efficiency, and corporate restructuring that does not result in change of economic ownership. It also aligns our tax framework with the principle that tax should not be imposed on transactions that are merely reorganization in nature and not generate a real gain. Honorable Speaker, the committee received submissions from stakeholders during public participation, and I'm pleased to report that the majority of the stakeholders were more oral present. I'm pleased to report that the majority of stakeholders who made oral submissions or submitted memoranda expressed support for this particular bill. While several proposals were made to further clarify the intention of the amendments, provide additional safeguards, or expand the scope of the relief, the committee was of the view that such broader proposals may be appropriately addressed through a finance bill or a dedicated tax amendment bill that will be coming to the House in the next few days. The committee therefore supports the bill as drafted, while noting the merit of these proposals for future legislative consideration. Honorable Speaker, the committee further observed the need to strengthen the bill through a commencement and transitional provision. In this regard, the committee recommends that the bill be amended to provide that the act shall come into operation on a date to be appointed by the Cabinet Secretary through a Gazette notice. This will ensure that appropriate transitional mechanisms are put in place to facilitate smooth operationalization of the Act and provide certainty to taxpayers and administrators in the implementation of the proposed exemption. Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that many corporate groups operate through layered ownership structures and may undertake internal reorganizations for operational, regulatory, or investment purposes without any change in ultimate beneficiary owners. The proposed amendment therefore provides necessary relief for such transactions while preserving the integrity of the tax system through clear qualifying conditions. Honorable Speaker, this bill is therefore intended not only to remove ambiguity in law, but also to support a more effective and efficient competitive tax environment that facilitates investment and allows businesses to undertake legitimate restructuring without unintended tax consequences. Honorable Speaker, I wish to commend the members of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning for their diligence and commitment in scrutinizing this bill. I also acknowledge the Secretariat for the professional support and all the stakeholders who provided valuable submissions that enriched the committee's consideration of this legislation. It has been an honor to present and emphasize the key provisions and the rationale of this important bill, Honorable Speaker, to this Honorable House. In summary, Honorable Speaker, if a company wants to transfer part of its properties to its shareholders, the Finance Act of 2024 exempted that transaction from paying stamp duty. However, the Finance Act of 2024 that was passed, 2025 that was passed by this Honorable House does not exempt that transfer from paying capital gains tax. And if you look at it, there is no any beneficial ownership or any change in materiality because you are transferring, transferring as your property from your left hand to your right hand. So if you are transferring from yourself to yourself, then you should not pay stamp duty. And therefore, this now is seeking to provide clarity that the same way we exempt that particular transaction from paying stamp duty, we are now exempting that transaction from paying capital gains tax. Without Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request the Honorable FCPA Oyula, a ranking member of the Departmental Committee of Finance and National Planning, to second.
Honorable Oyula. Give him the microphone.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the motion. Thank you. I stand to second the motion. Thank you.
That was very short. Allow me, therefore, honorable members, order Honorable KK and Honorable Mukunji. Honorable members, I therefore propose a question that the Income Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2026, be now read a second time. Honorable Makilap, you're shouting from the wrong place. Honorable Parashina, are you on this?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I stand to support the amendment, the income tax amendment bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2026, and as I recommend a great work done by the Committee of Finance. Madam Speaker, I've listened to the chair. There are things that we need to see. One, the issue that has been proposed by the proposed bill, it is basically focusing in making business easy and attracting investors to come to our country, or even to make easier to make the transaction more soft and practical. But Madam Speaker, what I was just checking on as he present, is the issue that he also talked about it. The issue of how are we going to check on the genuine restructuring? Because, for example, if a company owned assets, valuable assets, that is, for example, land and others, the issue of capital gains and capital gain tax and stamp duty, if we are not going to be a little bit tough or check on it, we can also open an opportunity for maybe a company trying to use anything, or trying to take advantage of that. But I would like to check on the issue of Kenya Revenue Authority being the sole they are the authority in charge of checking on the company that can be given this exemption. So to avoid abuse on the same, I propose that it should be clear, but maybe in the third reading, maybe if given an opportunity to put more, to tighten it a little bit, so that we don't give a room for any abuse on the same. But basically, Madam Speaker, I support the proposal by the committee. Thank you.
Very well. Member for Funyula. He's not in the chambers. Honorable members, I do not seem to see more interest on this bill. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to rise to support this bill. And it's a very important bill, Honorable Speaker, especially considering that many people want to reorganize and restructure their companies at one point or the other. And you may have assets that you may have bought at a point when you are actually not a beneficiary of the company, then you buy the company, and eventually you reorganize the company and want to transfer some of those assets to yourself. And since the law will not allow you not to transfer those without paying the requisite stamp duties and everything, then it becomes very difficult for people who are holding properties in the name of companies and want to transfer to the individual directors or their shareholders. It becomes very difficult for them to do that because of the hurdles of income tax or taxes such as stamp duty that they are required to pay. Therefore, this will help such people to be able to reorganize their businesses and be able to transfer their assets without necessarily having to pay taxes on what they already own. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, being a very small bill, one, two-clause bill, Honorable Speaker, there's nothing much to say. I support and thank the Committee of Finance for this consideration and their commitment to ensuring that they continue to improve our tax administration and our tax laws to make them more efficient, make them more responsive to the needs of the people, and ensure that you're also not losing much revenue in terms of taxation, even as we make our systems more efficient. Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
Member for Funyula, I'm told you're back.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sorry, I had stepped out to attend to an emergency in the constituency. All the time, there always an emergency. Honorable Speaker, the amendment is long overdue, truly long overdue. And actually, when we introduced capital gains tax in this country, that was one of the points of debate and discussion to ensure that it does not become punitive and does not punish the right hand because it is holding something in the left hand. Honorable Speaker, and this is a matter I would hope also they would have extended this debate to even the issue of stamp duty. Because, Honorable Speaker, many times people reorganize their investments. Many times companies with the same ownership merge. It's always very punitive to be asked to pay capital gains tax. Yet, there is nothing, no gains you are getting by transferring your property from one company to another, where you are almost like 100% shareholder or a beneficial owner. Honorable Speaker, indeed, we just hope that while it's long overdue and it's the most desirable thing to do, it shall not be abused. It shall not be abused and should not be an avenue for tax avoidance and not necessarily tax evasion. Because, Honorable Speaker, the problem we have in this country at times, we make laws specifically to benefit a particular forthcoming transaction. I just hope the chair of the Committee of Finance has applied himself and he has gone to church and prayed to his Almighty God that this is not a case that somebody somewhere wants to do a transaction that's becoming the cost of the transaction in terms of taxes will be too high to deny Kenyans some taxes. I hope again the commencement date of the bill will not be tomorrow so that transaction is hurriedly concluded to make sure that taxes are evaded or avoided in the respect of this matter. Honorable Speaker, the other issue that also I hope, and as I said, the issue of stamp duty, where a spouse acquired property before marriage, after marriage, when they have to transfer, they are forced to pay punitive stamp duty. But all in all, Honorable Speaker, being a simple, short, straightforward bill, I support, and I support hoping it has been brought with good intention, no malice intended. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Member for Manyata.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to support the report and the bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is true that we have to be fair to business people, Honorable Speaker, when they are doing their own reorganization, Honorable Speaker, in their level of shareholding, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, I also want to be very keen to every once in a while, Honorable Speaker, people in power have used the advantage of being in power to bring in some sort of exemptions in taxes, Honorable Speaker, when they are doing huge and major transactions. And we are privy, Honorable Speaker, to many transactions that have been exempted. Some including buying of shares of huge companies and conglomeration of companies when it comes to people in power trying to use their their power, Honorable Speaker, to make sure that they don't pay enough taxes. Honorable Speaker, as we pass this bill, we have seen exemptions in taxes that involve companies that deny Kenyans a lot of resources. And even in the previous regimes, there has been conversations in this House of exemptions in taxes that are questionable, Honorable Speaker. And I want to propose to the Departmental Committee of Finance and National Planning to actually be very keen and even review backward some of these exemptions that have happened. I don't want to mention names, Honorable Speaker, but members are aware that there are some exemptions in terms of taxes that deny this country a lot of resources. And this makes misuse of power as part of what we call, Honorable Speaker, misuse of power in denying Kenyan resources. Honorable Speaker, it's good also to say that when it comes to the issue of ownership of companies, and there is, of course, many companies that are owned by senior people, but through pseudo, representatives, Honorable Speaker, I would wish to actually get a response from the Honorable Chair whether this bill that looks, I hope it's not a suspicious bill that this House passes, and then all of a sudden, Honorable Speaker, we get information that there is something that, Honorable Speaker, is expected to be hidden in these transactions, Honorable Speaker. Because, Honorable Speaker, as the Chair has explained, and clearly the bill is a very small bill, Honorable Speaker, you could find there is somebody who wants to do some crazy transactions, but he wants to exempt himself from paying taxes. Honorable Speaker, we would wish to ensure the timeline really does not come immediately, and we hear tomorrow there is an avalanche of transactions involving some companies. But Honorable Speaker, the bill looks quite straightforward. It makes a lot of sense that if you're transferring property between shareholders and in the same company, Honorable Speaker, it does not make sense to pay capital gain tax, because it's basically transferring from your left hand to your right hand. But in this country, we pass everything with a pinch of salt. We are always very keen to ensure that this is not a loophole to be misused, Honorable Speaker, by big people, either in government, Honorable Speaker, or influential people. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, but I rise to support.
Honorable Mayaka. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also add my voice to this particular bill. Honorable Speaker, I beg to actually support this bill because, as has been stated by most honorable members, we are seeking to cure an issue of removing money from the left pocket to the right pocket. And Honorable Speaker, I just want to say this. You know, when we are passing bills in this House, we are not passing bills because we want to cure the unknown. We are passing bills because we are creating laws that seek to actually help the people of Kenya. And therefore, we cannot all live in fear, like the Honorable Mukunji, that we are passing this bill because of a few individuals. That is not the way that the law should actually be adhered to. Honorable Speaker, just to mention some of the benefits of this particular bill, one of them being that it will facilitate corporate restructuring and actually make that space be more clear. Because, Honorable Speaker, a lot of internal reorganizations, when it happens, some of the fears that the shareholders have is that they may be affected by that particular restructuring. But this is making sure that that does not happen, that there is no additional capital gain when when restructuring does happen within shareholders. And Honorable Speaker, one of the other things that this law has actually done and ensured that is very clear is that there are very strict definitions in terms of the space around which this will be navigated. So that then, Honorable Speaker, nobody takes advantage of the issues that are being raised by Honorable Mukunji, that someone can come in and take advantage, because that has been taken into consideration in this particular law. Honorable Speaker, the other advantage that this brings into fore is that it removes internal tax transfer measures, which, Honorable Speaker, can affect both either the shareholder or the company, especially depending on what is called the division of dividends, because this then makes it very clear in terms of how it should actually be navigated and it should be approached. So, Honorable Speaker, as has been said, this is a very simple amendment, but amendment that seeks to actually become very beneficial within the company and the corporate restructuring process. And therefore, with those few remarks, I support and I submit. Thank you.
Honorable Makilap. Honorable Makilap is assisted. I was going to notify the clerk that you're assisted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for noticing that I am around. So, Madam Speaker, this is a very progressive amendment in our business circle. Because, Madam Speaker, if there are two partners, a man and his wife, and there is need for transfer of shares or ownership of a company, then there is no need for them to actually pay huge capital gain tax, because it will affect the income of that business. It will also affect the dividends of that company, and yet it is within their domain as shareholders. So I actually have read it, and I've seen also there are restrictions that will protect this amendment from manipulation by the big people that Mukunji is talking about. If these restrictions are adhered to, then there will be no circumstances over which some big people can be able to manipulate, because the law will be express. So, Madam Speaker, we have always said in this country, we want to make regulations and laws in this country that makes doing a business easy. How do we attract investors? How do we ensure that people have the resources to do business in this country? It is for them, it is for us as members of parliament and representatives of the people to be able to always audit our laws and make it easier for people in this country to be able to do business, either as a team of shareholders or one or two shareholders, so that, Madam Speaker, Kenyans are relieved from every taxation for even things that they are within their domain and can be actually be exempted through this capital gain tax on this circumstance. So, Madam Speaker, I say not every regime is very malicious. This regime is very progressive. And I want to assure my brother here that every regime comes with a way of how to make life for Kenyans easier whenever they want to conduct their business, so that they don't go and invest in other countries or in other jurisdictions where we are not going to benefit from revenue as a country. So, Madam Speaker, I rise to support the Chairman for Finance and National Planning in ensuring that this kind of progressive amendment in our country succeeds and this House passes it, so that we can be able to make a business environment comfortable for many of us. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Very well. Member for Baringo. Not Baringo North. Baringo County.
Honorable Member Club. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I also want to rise to support this amendment bill by Honorable Kimani Kuria. as members have also contributed, that this is one of the progressive bill that is going to help us specifically in the jurisdiction of companies and dealing with taxations, where we are all going to be beneficiaries, especially if you have a company that is registered with a beneficiary of your land, for instance. If it's limited, Sergon, and I have a land that is registered on the same, I don't have to pay a double tax or taxations because of the transactions that I do in the company. Madam Speaker, we also note that we also have exemptions in many, most of these tax exemptions. We also have exemptions on many people who are probably people with disabilities, and these are also has contributed to good attraction to investment. And if you look at this amendment, Madam Speaker, it's going to give many people, even foreigners, for instance, who have interest in investing in this country, to be able to invest without paying double tax. And more so, it's going to attract people who have corporate. I can buy a land, and I am also having a company that I need to use the same land, so I don't have to pay rates on the land and tax on the company in place, or even probably a factory. Because also, Madam Speaker, it's very expensive to have a company and operationally in this country. Sometimes it is easy to put the laws, but this should also go beyond just the amendment. We should also look into whether people who are doing business actually and paying tax are able to get returns of their business day to day. Because we have other miscellaneous like the licensing. Those are also some of the things that chair of this committee should look into. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I support this amendment. Thank you.
Honorable members, I don't seem to see more interest on this bill. I will call the mover to reply.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the honorable members who have really contributed to this discussion and to this very critical amendment. And I want to also speak to the matters raised by several honorable members. Honorable Speaker, if we check chapter 2 of our report, number 8, we are proposing an amendment to introduce a new exemption under item 6 of the 8th schedule to address the gap that has been said. It is providing that transfers of property between a company and shareholders as part of an internal organization shall not be subject to capital gains tax, provided certain conditions are met. So it's very important, Honorable Speaker, that I inform this House that we have set conditionalities that must be met so that the matters raised by members that it could be subject to abuse, it is not being abused. Importantly, one of these conditions is we are insisting that the property must be distributed in proportion to the shareholders' existing shareholding immediately before the transfer. So you cannot transfer to shareholders that were not existing before the transfer. And where shares are involved, they must relate to a subsidiary of the company undertaking the reorganization. So you cannot transfer this property to a third party and claim that that is internal organization. And that internal organization, for that particular transfer, it must be as per when that particular transaction is happening, Honorable Speaker. And on the effective date, I will want to confirm that I'll be moving amendments in the committee of the whole House to propose that to move that the amendment that the effective date be immediately, Honorable Speaker, so that we can unlock a lot of investment for these particular businesses, Honorable Speaker, so that we can ensure continuity. And it's important, Speaker, that I remember, Speaker, I remind this Honorable House that this is not, I heard Honorable Mukunji saying there's something fishy. The good thing with law, and I can refer to words of Justice Majanja in his ruling on the Finance Act of 2022, that Parliament has never lacked words to express herself on any matter. So the law is as you read it. So whatever you are reading is what is the law.
So you cannot be fishy. You cannot hide something behind it because the law is crystal clear, and that's why the choice of words, including will or shall, or even a comma in a law is very important. And where such omissions have been made, that's why we have now to come back to this house to amend the law and insert that comma, or insert that hyphen, or insert that shall or will when necessary, Honorable Speaker. And those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I again want to thank the members for assisting us this. And allow me, Honorable Speaker, to do a special mention of a clerk of the Finance and National Planning Committee, now our former clerk, who worked tirelessly on this bill and many others, Mr. Benjamin Mogut. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Benjamin Mogut has served as our clerk for the Finance, Benjamin Mogut, has served as a clerk for the Committee of Finance and National Planning for the last, since inception of this Parliament. And I'm very happy to report to honorable members that Mr. Benjamin Mogut is now the acting Chief Executive Officer for National Government Constitutional Development Fund Board. So he's now the acting CEO of NCDF Board. And he displayed exemplary performance, leading the team of Secretariat, assisting us in terms of all the business that we have processed in this house. And it's good to see meticulously, hard work, and dedication paying. That to see, interestingly, he was, Mr. Mogut before had also served in NGCDF board as a clerk many years ago. Then he moves here, he became a personal assistant, he became a clerk, he became a lead clerk, and now rising all the way to the hem of CEO, Chief Executive Officer of NGCDF. So we wish him the best.
You've been prompted to say personal assistant to whom?
I will not say. But most recently, his director, Mr. Dombi, he also served as a personal assistant to Mr. Dombi, one of the directors. So we wish him the best in his endeavors in serving our members, in serving the board, and we're really hopeful that even after the 6-month acting period, that this honorable house and the board will find it fit to confirm him as a Chief Executive Officer for NGCDF. Honorable Speaker, I want again to thank this House for allowing us to do this. This is not the first time we are doing this. We did that in last Finance Act, exempting stamp duty from this particular arrangement, and now we are exempting capital gains tax. So I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to reply.
Honorable members, allow me to put the question that the Income Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2026, be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Income Tax Act and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 12, Committee of the Whole House, with leave of the House.
Members be upstanding. Honorable members, we are now in the Committee of the Whole for the Income Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2026. It is a short bill, and we shall commence.
Clauses 2 and 3.
I propose the question that clauses 2 and 3 be part of the bill. There is no amendment. I now put the question that clauses 2 and 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. I put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. There is a proposed amendment by the chair.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 1 be amended by inserting the words "and shall come into operation upon publication" at the end of the clause. This, Honorable Speaker, is what I explained earlier, that we intend that this law become operationalized immediately after publication. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I therefore propose the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the chair. There is no interest on it. I now put the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 1 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover, please move reporting. Honorable members, we have come to the end of that committee.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Income Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2026, and its approval, therefore, with amendments.
Very well. Honorable members, I therefore put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Income Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2026, and its approval thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Chairperson, report to the House. Honorable Gashofe.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that Committee of the Whole House has considered the Income Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2026, and approved the same with amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Very well. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, maybe before I move, I notice I'm very happy today is a Nakuru affair. The Speaker of the Chair is MP for Gilgit from Nakuru County. The reporter is MP for Gashofe, is MP for Subukia, which is Nakuru, and yours truly from Molo. So today is a Nakuru affair. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Income Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2026, be now read a third time. And now that there is no one else from Nakuru County, I request Honorable Jamatia from our neighboring county, Baringo, to second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second.
Honorable members, I therefore propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I put the question. I therefore put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Mover. Move third reading.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Income Tax Amendment Bill number 20 of 2026 be now read a third time. Honorable Speaker,
who's your seconder?
I would want to have the Honorable Tonui, the teacher.
Again neighbor, from Nakuru, member for Kuresoi South.
To second.
Be on record, Honorable Mwalimu. Give Honorable Mwalimu the microphone. You're still not on record. There you have it. Don't move away.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second.
Very well. Honorable members, I therefore propose the question that the Income Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2026, be now read a third time. I put the question.
Put the question.
I put the question, which is that the Income Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2026, be now read a third time. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Income Tax Act and for connected purposes.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 13, report on public petition number 021 of 2025 regarding access to healthcare by cancer patients in the country. Resumption of debate.
Honorable members, this is an ongoing debate. Is there a member who was on his or her feet? The debate on this motion was adjourned. There is no member who was put on pause. So if you're intending to speak, let me know. Honorable Wachira Karani, are you intending to speak on this? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this petition on access to health care by cancer patients in the country by the Departmental Committee on Health of this National Assembly. This is indeed a very important petition. I, as a member of Parliament for Laikipia West, have been attending to very many fundraisings on patients who are suffering from cancer. And I really pray for the families that are having their relatives suffering from cancer, be it leukemia, be it stomach cancer, be it breast cancer, whatever cancer it is. This is one disease that is causing a lot of havoc in the families. Many families, Madam Speaker, are forced to sell their property, be it land, be it their livestock, and other items, so that they can pay for their families, their members of the families, the hospitals. I therefore stand to support this bill, this petition, sorry. I support. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Kimani.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, ningetaka kumshukuru Mheshimiwa ambaye ameleta hoja hii katika bunge yetu, kwa sababu swala hili Mheshimiwa Spika la ugonjwa wa saratani ni swala ambalo limeweza kufanya familia mingi sana zikaweza kupatwa na ufukara. Wengine wameweza kuwa auction, vitu vyao vimeweza kuuzwa. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati ugonjwa huu unapatikana kutoka ikiwa ile stage ya kwanza hadi ile stage ya mwisho, unapata ni ugonjwa ambao unagharimu pesa mingi sana, sio kwa sababu tu ya matibabu, bali kwa ile ambayo wanahitaji kufanyiwa operation. Alafu Mheshimiwa Spika, unapata kwamba wengi wa hawa watu hata hawawezi kufanya kazi yao ya kila siku. Mheshimiwa Spika, ugonjwa huu pia unahitaji wagonjwa kukula chakula cha aina fulani ambacho ni tofauti ama specially Mheshimiwa Spika, na hivyo mzigo huu unamlemea familia mingi sana. Kwa hivyo nawaomba wale washikadau wote katika nyanja zetu za afya, ikiwepo SHA, ikiwepo wale wa primary healthcare, ikiwepo wale wa pia bima za afya za kibinafsi, waweze kuzingatia zaidi yale magonjwa ya saratani, na waweze kuongeza kiwango kikubwa zaidi cha yale malipo ama benefit ambayo inawekwa kwa ugonjwa wa saratani. Mheshimiwa Spika, ugonjwa huu wa saratani ulipoingia katika especially nchi za Afrika, wengi walifikiria ni ugonjwa ambao ulikuja kwa sababu ya tabia fulani. Nakumbuka Mheshimiwa Spika, pale kwa kijiji tukija Nairobi tuko tunataka kukula chakula ambacho kimechemshwa na microwave, kwa sababu ilikuwa inasemekana kwamba chakula cha microwave ndio basi kinapeana ugonjwa wa saratani. Lakini utafiti umeweza kuonyesha kwamba kuna njia mingi za kawaida ambazo zinaelekeza watu kuweza kupata zinachangia watu kupata ugonjwa huu wa saratani, Mheshimiwa Spika, na hivyo ni vema kama nchi yetu ya Kenya na hasa nyanja zote ambazo zinashiriki ama zinahusu mambo ya afya ikiwepo SHA, na nimesema pia zile bima za kibinafsi na pia hospitali zetu kuzingatia hawa wagonjwa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ukikumbuka hapo awali bunge hili lipitisha kwamba wale ambao wanaweza kuaga dunia wakiwa katika hospitali miili yao isiweze kuwa held katika hizo Mheshimiwa Spika mochari
Nilikuwa naangalia mbunge wa Malindi nione kama atakusaidia kwa msamiati haswa microwave. Sasa nashangaa itakuwa umetohoa ama iko na jina la Kiswahili, lakini endelea, jaribu tu.
Kwa hivyo nashukuru kwamba vile hii bunge liweza kupitisha huo mswada wa kutoa kwamba kutoruhusu hospitali kuweza kuendelea kuweka miili katika hospitali wakati familia zinashindwa kulipa bill, Mheshimiwa Spika, na natumai ya kwamba serikali kuu imeweza kuzingatia hayo na kuhakikisha kwamba hatupati tena kusikia mgonjwa amefariki hospitali na hiyo hospitali wanaweka hiyo mwili wanakataa kupatia familia waende wakamzike ati kwa sababu huyo mgonjwa alipokuwa katika pale hospitali alikuwa na bill ambayo haikuweza kulipa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo kwa hayo machache ningetaka kuwashukuru sana yule ambaye ameleta hoja hii na kuomba sisi wote tuweze kuunga hoja hii mkono na kuhakikisha kwamba wale ambao wanafaa kuhakikisha kwamba imezingatiwa yale ambao tutaamua katika bunge tuhakikisha kwamba yamezingatiwa. Asante, Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante sana mbunge wa Malindi, labda nikupe nafasi hii. Labda utasaidia kuendeleza Kiswahili kitukuzwe. Kando yako.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nakushukuru mwanzo kwa kunipatia fursa hii kuweza kuongeza sauti yangu katika hoja muhimu kama hii ambayo inagusa Wakenya wengi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, gonjwa la saratani si gonjwa lenye ambalo tunaweza kucheza nalo. Na gonjwa la saratani pole linaendelea kumaliza Wakenya wetu. Na tukiangalia katika record za serikali, Mheshimiwa Spika, gonjwa la saratani kuanzia mwaka 2020 zaidi ya Wakenya 42,000, Mheshimiwa Spika, tuliweza kuwapoteza kwa sababu ya gonjwa la saratani. Mwaka 2022 tuliweza kupoteza zaidi ya Wakenya 44,000. Na saizi, Mheshimiwa Spika, tuko na Wakenya zaidi ya 48,000 ambao wanaugua masuala ya ugonjwa wa saratani. Kama vile Wakenya wengine, nami Mheshimiwa Spika sina budi kuunga mkono hii dua yenye ambayo imeweza kuletwa hapa mbele yetu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na dua yenyewe inazungumza kuhusu upatikanaji wa huduma za afya wa ugonjwa wa saratani kwa watu wetu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, pale Malindi kama vile Kenya, Wakenya wengine, niko na wagonjwa ambao wanaugua masuala ya saratani. Na swala la saratani limekuwa ni donda sugu. Pale juzi na jana sisi tulikuwa tunatambua saratani kama ugonjwa wa wale matajiri peke yake. Lakini jambo la kusikitisha saizi, masikini ndio ambao wanaumia zaidi kwa sababu ya ugonjwa wa saratani. Nataka nishukuru sana ilile kongamano ambalo lilikuja kuleta hii dua mbele yetu, Mheshimiwa Spika, ya kwamba tuweze kuongeza bima ya afya katika upande wa SHA kutoka nafikiri takriban 500,000 mpaka 800,000 kwa wale wa ugonjwa wa saratani. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama vile unavyojua, gonjwa la saratani ni ugonjwa wenye ambao uko ghali sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Watu wameuza mashamba yao, watu wameuza mifugo yao, watu wameuza nyumba zao, watu wamepoteza vitu vyao na mali yao kwa sababu ya kutaka kuweka hai wapenzi wao na familia yao kwa sababu ya ugonjwa wa saratani. Leo hii, Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi tumeketi hapa, tuko na nafasi ya kubadilisha huu usemi wa ugonjwa wa saratani katika Kenya yetu. Jukumu letu sisi kama serikali, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba maisha ya watu wa Kenya yako sawa na tunaweza kuwasaidia pale ambapo tunaweza kuwasaidia. Na huu mswada venye ambavyo umekuja, Mheshimiwa Spika, sina budi ila kuunga mkono, kwani najua ninapounga huu mkono mswada, Mheshimiwa Spika, wale watu wangu wa Malindi na Kenya nzima wanaougua saratani na ambao wamejiandikisha katika SHA, ile pesa wenye ambao walikuwa inakuwa covered pale mwanzo inakwenda kuongezwa. Inapokwenda kuongezwa ni kuna pesa zenye ambazo za matibabu zenye ambazo tumempunguzia yule mwananchi wa chini. Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono huu mswada pia vile Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu mswada huu unazungumza kuhusu utambuzi wa mapema wa magonjwa kama haya. Kuna umuhimu Mheshimiwa Spika ya Wakenya kuweza kuelezewa na kuweza kuhusishwa katika wazungu wanaiita early detection, na sisi kule Waswahili tunasema utambuzi wa mapema wa magonjwa kama haya. Kwa hivyo kama kuna kipengele katika mswada, katika hii dua yenye ambayo imetufikia sisi, ambayo inaweza kuwasaidia Wakenya kuhakikisha ya kwamba iko mikakati sawasawa kuhakikisha ya kwamba watu wameweza kutambua huu ugonjwa mapema, isiweze kusambaa katika mwili wao. Na ndio maana Mheshimiwa Spika, naweza kuunga huu mswada mkono, na tunataka sisi utambuzi uendelee Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu tunajua saratani pale ambapo unapoigundua kabla haijakuwa kubwa na haijafika katika stage ya juu kabisa, unaweza ukaitibu na ikaweza ikakuondokea katika maisha yako. So Mheshimiwa Spika, pia vile mswada huu ama ombi hili limekuwa ni muhimu kwetu, kwa sababu sisi tunatoka mahali penye ambapo kuna hospitali, na katika ombi lenye ambalo limefika hapa ni kwamba tunajaribu kuharakisha Wizara ya Afya iweze kulipa zile hospitali zenye ambazo ziko kule chini mashinani ile bima ya SHA kwa mapema, kwa sababu zile pesa zikikwama huku Nairobi zinatatiza masuala ya kuran zile hospitali kule mashinani. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naunga mkono sana mswada kwa niaba ya wagonjwa wa saratani wote ndani ya Kenya hii. Asante sana.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa wa Malindi. Sidhani Kiswahili, lugha hii ya Kiswahili ikifika Bondo, sina uhakika inaendelea. Mheshimiwa Ochanda, nimesema sina uhakika kama lugha hii ikifika Bondo bado inaendelea kupumua, lakini nikaangalia nikajulishwa kwamba hata hujaelewa nimesema nini. Mpaka niseme Mheshimiwa wa Bondo. Nafasi ni yako.
Madam Speaker, there are risks that if you are too careful, you don't take them the way Kimani was trying to take them voluntarily. So, Madam Speaker, this thing of cancer now doesn't know age, doesn't know gender, doesn't know money, doesn't know poverty. So it's with us, and it's something that we must recognize and be very serious in terms of how we deal with it. It's been repeated many times, very many times, that the biggest issue we have is detecting cancer. So in as much as we are talking about access, access is for those who have already been detected, those who have already, it's been known that they have it. But a lot more majority of Kenyans are suffering without knowing. So when we are talking about access, which in my view should be mandatory, and I want to repeat this mandatory, I think in more than 3 different times, needs to be mandatory that anybody with cancer needs to access any institution at any time that this is realized, that the fellow or whoever has cancer accesses health facilities. But besides that, Madam Speaker, what I wanted to mention is the whole idea of early detection. The more we leave this to be done by the individuals, the more cases of cancer we are going to have in this country. If there could be additional different ways of how this thing can be detected, we may be making some strides. If in the normal routine way of doing normal checkups, somebody feeling headache here and there, you are doubting whether it's malaria or whatever, you go for a checkup. If at all, I know people don't like this idea of mandatory, but if we made it a habit, even if it's in terms of the medical way of doing things, we make it a habit that any single test that we are doing for all manner of any other patient, can we try to include some element of screening for cancer? This may help us as we move forward as a country, because many people detect this thing late, and we are saying the more late it is, the more expensive and the more dangerous it is. When we detect it early, stage 1 and 2, it's been said, and I think it's known, that it is manageable and we can deal with it. So the most critical thing is this idea of running around, we have all manner of stigmas. HIV had all manner of stigmas, but this was more because you were being accused that you went for it. For purposes of cancer, you are not going for it. Cancer comes for you. So I don't think there's any stigma that can be so much be closer to this issue of cancer to an extent that we can't tell any patient at any single time that, no, here you are, but you are in a health facility. Please just get ahead and also do some screening. You are okay. I know there are people who fear in terms of when they are mentioned that even if stage 1 or stage 2 that they have cancer, some die immediately because it's something that they don't want to imagine. But it's now with us. Can we get a process of how we can do a very serious public education so that anytime you are in a health facility for anything else, that even if you had imagined that you knew, can you be subjected to some little screening so that we help our people, Madam Speaker? This is exactly what I think will help this country in terms of moving forward to manage cancer. It is expensive, very expensive, when it is detected late. Can we detect it early so that it becomes easy for any Kenyan to be managed? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this issue of cancer is really an issue of national concern because many families have been affected. And Honorable Speaker, one of the very common factors of cancer is making families very poor. Most families end up selling all what they have, and at the end of the day, they lose a patient. So, Honorable Speaker, I really support the idea of ensuring that the government supports cancer patients. Those are different levels. You know, cancer is level 1 to 4 mostly, and it becomes very expensive the higher you go in terms of level. So I totally agree with what Honorable Chanda is saying. The issue of early screening. Honorable Speaker, I remember when the HIV/AIDS issue came up in this country, although it was not written law, but it was like mandatory that if you are a pregnant mother and you go to a health center, you have to be tested for HIV. And on the basis of that, then you could be counseled on what to do in case you are positive. I think time has come, Honorable Speaker, where we could make this also the same, that if you go to hospital, we could be screening for cancer. And what that means is basically make it very cheap to screen. And if there is need, also you inform somebody the need for screening. That people don't see cancer as a killer disease. You know, it has come like if you are told you have cancer, it's like you have signed your death certificate. I don't think that's the case, Honorable Speaker. So this issue of screening, I think, is an issue we really need to take it up as Parliament. And maybe what we can do, because we are resource allocating house, we could actually, in addition to allocate resources for critical treatment, allocate resources for early screening, so that in our budgets, we have a budget item called early screening for cancer. In that case, then, Honorable Speaker, we will be able to make sure that we get the diagnosis early enough and people can be assisted. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, is there are also very many bodies and non-governmental and governmental who are also championing issues of cancer. But they also come a bit late in terms of when people now have nothing else to do. I think such a bodies could also come and assist in terms of educating Kenyans what cancer is and educate them that cancer is not always a killer. You can actually survive. Honorable Speaker, I don't know how true this is because I've not done my research enough, but I understand countries like German, countries like US now, you hardly die of cancer. They have come up with the ways of treating. It's only that it's very expensive. So I think really if we go that direction, Honorable Speaker, we could be able to save a lot of lives. And in addition to saving lives, also save incomes for our people because many families have really been made poor by cancer as a disease. And being a member of Parliament, a lot of these people come to us pleading for assistance. You look at the bill, you can't, even if you wanted to help, it's like your hands are tied because you are talking about millions and millions of shillings or hundreds of thousands. So even if you are to give you 10, 20,000 shillings, it's a drop in the sea. So I think really the other option would be also to think about cheaper ways of cancer treatment. Because if we go that direction, then we'll be able to help. Then as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I think we also need to help our public institutions. You know, Honorable Speaker, you realize when you go to level 4 hospitals, level 5 hospitals, and even level 6 hospitals, some of them, despite their being that high level, have no capacity to treat. Some have no drugs, some have no doctors, because oncologists are not very many, Honorable Speaker. So I think we also need to build capacity of our doctors so that we have also adequate medical personnel in our health institutions. In that case, then we'll make treatment accessible to many Kenyans, we'll make it cheaper, and we'll help our people. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I do support. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Mayaka.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii ili nichangie mswada wa dua hili la ugonjwa wa saratani katika nchi yetu na hospitali ambazo ziko nchi yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile ambavyo umesikia waheshimiwa wengine wamesema, ugonjwa huu sana sana inaumiza ule ambaye anaugua na pia familia yake na wale ambao wanamzingira, kwa sababu ugonjwa huu ni wa bei ghali sana. Kwa sababu matibabu ya ugonjwa huu ni wa bei ghali katika nchi yetu. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, pia hii ugonjwa ni mmojawapo ambayo watu wengi wanakuja kuijua wakati ambapo imefika hatua ya pili ama ya tatu ama ya 4. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo la kwanza ambayo lazima tuhakikishe ambayo limefanywa katika nchi yetu ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba ugonjwa wa saratani imetajwa kama janga la kitaifa ama national disaster, ili kana kwamba serikali iweze kuweka pesa ambazo zinatosha katika mahospitali, sana sana mahospitali ile ambayo yanatumiwa na kila mtu, ili tuweze kufanya kitu ambacho inaitwa uchunguzi wa mapema, yani early screening. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, uchunguzi wa mapema itawezesha kuhakikisha ya kwamba watu ambao wanaugua ugonjwa huu ama watu ambao hawaelewi ya kwamba hata wanaugua ugonjwa huu wapate kujua mapema, ili matibabu yapate kufanywa mapema. Jambo lingine Mheshimiwa Spika, ambalo lazima tuhakikishe ambayo inafanywa ni kwamba watu waweze kusomeshwa kuhusu saratani na kuhusu kufanya uchunguzi. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama kuna ile saratani ambayo watu wanapata ambayo ni kwenye matiti ambayo inafaa Wakenya waambiwa ya kwamba kila mwaka mtu anafaa aende afanye uchunguzi. Lakini kama hakuna masomo na hakuna madaktari ama hospitali ambazo zinaeleza watu kuhusu hii, tena wanaogopa. Kwa sababu mtu anafikiri ya kwamba anapoenda kufanya uchunguzi na ipatikane ya kwamba ako na ugonjwa huu, anaona ya kwamba hatawezana na bei ghali ambayo inatumika kwa kutibu ugonjwa huu. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kuunga dua hili ili sisi pia kama wabunge tuhakikishe ya kwamba tunaweka tunazingatia kabisa hoja hili, ili ya kwamba serikali yetu pamoja na hifadhi za mahospitali pamoja na waziri ambaye anahusika na mambo hii aweze kuona ya kwamba hiki ni jambo ambalo ni la muhimu sana na lazima tuweze kulizingatia. Kwa hayo machache Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba kuunga mkono dua hili, mswada wa dua hili. Asante.
Member for Nyeri Town.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the report of the Health Committee on the petition by cancer patients. Madam Speaker, the situation, and I'm a member of the Health Committee, Madam Speaker, the situation that cancer patients in this country are going through, before we even begin to speak about those whose cancer status has not been determined, they have not been screened, they have not been diagnosed, the cancer patients, their families and their relatives are being confined to a life of poverty by the treatment protocol that is existing. Madam Speaker, diagnosing cancer itself comes at a cost, and unfortunately, the entire diagnosis process is an outpatient process. Yet we have been telling our patients, register for SHA under the Primary Healthcare Fund, that you are entitled to ultrasounds, you are entitled to x-rays, you are entitled to CT scans, you are entitled to MRIs, yet none, without exception, none of the primary healthcare facilities have the capacity to diagnose cancer. Not even the most elementary diagnostic tool of cancer markers in blood. And therefore, cancer patients have to remain in the queue as cancer is continuing to advance and eat into their bodies until they can find money to pay for CT scans that are going for 6,800 shillings in Nyeri, and MRIs, some of which are not available in this country. Madam Speaker, my own mother needed an endocrino PET scan. We had to fly her out of this country. Despite the fact that that treatment and diagnostic procedure was not available in this country, despite her being fully paid up in terms of NHIF and SHA, she never got the support. How many families are in this position that I am in, that we are in this country, that they can afford to fly their relatives, their children, their parents out of this country for a PET scan? Madam Speaker, the treatment package offered by SHA cannot even cover the entire package for chemotherapy, for breast cancer, for cervical cancer, for prostate cancer, for gastrointestinal cancer. And when that treatment has to be combined with radiotherapy, parents, patients, their relatives, their communities have no choice than to fundraise. And we have pronouncements by C.S. Duale that we have increased the cancer package from 450,000 to 800,000. Today, I have to call to order the Ministry of Health. Madam Speaker, the 150,000 promised to cancer patients is supposed to come from the Emergency, Chronic, and Critical Illnesses Fund. Yet that component of the fund has not been activated. Why are we lying to Kenyans? Why should a CS lie to Kenyans, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, add me one more minute. Madam Speaker.
Your time will be up soon. Kindly wind up.
Madam Speaker, the petition by cancer patients, the report of this committee should be wholeheartedly adopted by this House, but more importantly, the recommendations must be implemented as a matter of urgency. And I call upon the implementation committee of this House to please take up this issue. Kenyans are suffering and we can no longer keep quiet. We can no longer.
Is up. Thank you. Your time is up. Honorable members, you know we have an adjournment motion at exactly 5:30. That is why we shall not be adding any time on any speaker. Honorable Jessica Mbalu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the report on public petition number 021 of 2025 regarding access to health care by cancer patients in the country by the Department of Committee of Health. Madam Speaker, this petition was filed in this House, the National Assembly of the Parliament, by the Kenya Network Cancer Organization, that is the KENCO, which had 70 plus civil society, and also thousands of patients, cancer patients. Madam Speaker, the prayers of the petitioners, Madam Speaker, looked into the issues that are affecting cancer patients in our country, Madam Speaker. There is a lot of patients who face systematic failure, Madam Speaker, under the SHA fund. Families spend a lot of money in treatment of the cancer patients. It causes a lot of trauma to the families and the patients, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the hospitals suspend cancer services. So those are some of the findings, and this is what exactly is happening in our country. They suspend the services to cancer patients, of course, due to the SHA failure. They say the SHA has not paid them. And so the patient's treatment is suspended, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are so many needless delays to the patients, the treatment. We have overwhelming costs. As we said, the families are spending a lot of money. We have lost our family members. We have lost our constituents. And others are very sick, Madam Speaker. Just a few statistics, Madam Speaker. Today we talk of 10 women dying every day because of cancer. Breast cancer, cervix cancer, and this is very traumatizing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're having late diagnosis, Madam Speaker. We find when you go to the hospitals, you're told you have cancer stage 3 and 4. It is very expensive to treat cancer, Madam Speaker, and so I really want to support raising the cancer cover from 400,000 to $1 million shillings, not even 800,000, or even more, because it's very expensive to treat cancer. You've heard for yourself, the honorable member, they had to fly their mother to India for treatment. Why can't this country put the right machines for screening our cancer, Madam Speaker? And this is what we are calling upon, and so that's why also we are supporting the petition. We have inadequate allocation to the primary health fund. Madam Speaker, we're also calling upon this country, and especially the government, so that we can allocate enough funds to the primary health fund, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what we are calling upon is we have to end delays. We have to call upon improving transparency in the SHA, and also to stop the stopping of service suspensions to the patients, treatment of the patients. Madam Speaker, we must create sustainable cancer financing. And with that, I support the petition.
Honorable Gashofe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to support the petition by the Health Committee to support cancer patients to access treatment. And from the onset, I really support, and I can really say that cancer is a national disaster, that today you'd always find that almost every family is affected by cancer, and most of the families are really drained by this disease. And I think, Madam Speaker, if you look at most of the harambees that we attend, most of them are for cancer patients to access treatment, especially the chemotherapy, which is really draining them. And in my own opinion or suggestion, the government need also to set special fund to cater for cancer patients, because most of these families are really vulnerable. You'll find that if you go to the villages, most of the families in the villages, maybe the earning is a bit low, and therefore accessing this cancer treatment becomes very expensive for them, where we recommend that the government need to set up a special fund. And we also need to, as the members of parliament, to make sure that we put laws that prohibit patient of cancer treatment being denied to access treatment because they don't have money. It is better that they access the services, they are treated, then money, the issues of money, they can be able to be around to plan in a way that they can be able to be paying little money as they can be able to afford. Madam Speaker, I can also recommend that we need also to strengthen health insurance to fully cover cancer patient. If we can be able to strengthen health insurance to fully cover anything related to cancer patient, I think this one will reduce burden to our cancer patient, and I think most of our cancer patients can be able to be accessing chemotherapy. Madam Speaker, in my constituency, I have a cancer patient who usually attend chemotherapy Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and if you look at his status, he cannot be able to access it. Today, where we sit, we pay heavily on insurance, especially on SHA. The amount of money that is being deducted on our salaries today is big amount, and still we continue carrying this burden of paying for cancer patients. So if the government can be able to intervene and be able to be paying for cancer patients, I think most of these cancer patients can be able to celebrate, because most families have carried these burdens, are being drained, they have sold their properties, they have no peace. Finally, Madam Speaker, I request that the government need to intervene. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really support.
Member for Kabondo Kasipul. Honorable Member, I'm informed you've already contributed to this bill, to this motion. Honorable Honorable Ivo Barra, I'm told you are the one who moved the debate to be adjourned under Standing Order 96. So I will indulge you to be the last contributor on this.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me also join my colleagues to support the report by the Health Committee following a petition by cancer patients. Madam Speaker, each one of us here today is affected in one way or the other by cancer. If not a family member, it's a friend, it's a colleague, and it's also a constituent being elected leaders. Madam Speaker, we have all gone through numerous harambes to support the medical bills for the patients. Madam Speaker, and most of the time the bills are highly inflated, and you wonder even how a bill can get to 10 to 15 million for a 2-week stay. Madam Speaker, I therefore say that this petition has come at the right time. And as a country, we need to be deliberate, Madam Speaker. We need to be deliberate on what action can we take to give comfort in terms of financial strain and also to the treatment that they go through, the patients of cancer. Madam Speaker, raising the limit level, first and foremost, is paramount. The 400,000 that is being given is not sufficient at all, and it's almost exhausted within treatment of maybe just 3 or 4 treatments and it's finished. Madam Speaker, in the hospitals that they go to, Madam Speaker, there are the tests that are taken for pap smear, the screenings, the prostate cancer, breast cancer. Madam Speaker, those are what we call preventive. And if these ones are charged at the bare minimum through the SHA medical cover, Madam Speaker, will have helped a lot of patients, because at the time that the cancer is being diagnosed, Madam Speaker, it is most likely at the 3rd or 4th stage. And most likely the patient will be told that there is no hope and you'll probably end up dying after spending almost everything of the family resources or the resources of your friends to get treatment. Madam Speaker, as I sit, I say that once again I support, and I want to propose that hospitals within the counties should be given capacity, Madam Speaker, so that at least some of the most basic requirements, those machines, they should have them, instead of going to Eldoret, coming to Nairobi, going to all and the very expensive private hospitals. Madam Speaker, this should be done as soon as yesterday. Madam Speaker, we owe it to the Kenyan citizens to be given affordable health care, particularly for the cancer patient. Madam Speaker, the charges, if I may say, should be a quarter of the fraction that is currently being charged. Madam Speaker, one case that is most unfortunate is when the bills are too much bill is being charged for the patients. The hospital detain the patients, and the bills continue accumulating. Is there something that we can do as a country to make sure that once the bill reaches a certain amount, there should be no more accumulation, even if the hospital decides to detain the patient in hospital? The patient must live with dignity. Thank you very much. Once again, I support.
Very well. Honorable members, I see there's still interest on this motion. As you recall earlier, the time being 5:32, there was appointed time for the adjournment motion by Dr. Makali Mulu to be moved at 5:30. If it is exhausted before the rise of the House, this debate will continue. It still has a balance of over 1 hour, so the members who still intend to speak to it are still welcome to do so. We'll go then to the adjournment motion by Honorable Makali Mulu. Kindly note, only the mover gets 10 minutes. Every other speaker, regardless of the position you hold, gets 5 minutes on this motion by the standing order number 33. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by thanking the Speaker of the National Assembly and the members of this House who stood up to support adjournment of the House to discuss this important matter, a matter which is of concern and grave concern to Kenyans, and more specifically to the people of Ukambani, where I come from. Honorable Speaker, the whole genesis of this motion is what happened on 25th, over the weekend, and 26th. Honorable Speaker, our people in Sekuru, a place called Kwakamali, were actually murdered, killed in a very inhuman way. And the number, which was reported then, Honorable Speaker, is 7. But the reports from the ground, Honorable Speaker, indicate that there could be more bodies in the bushes which have not been collected. The number of 7 became easier to identify, Honorable Speaker, because this was done in a shopping center and the people could be seen. But this matter, Honorable Speaker, is not a new matter. But before I put the matter into context, Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to convey my deepest condolences to the families of the dead. And at the same time, wish those who could be in hospitals or other places, nursing their wounds, quick recovery, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the area I'm talking about is represented by Honorable Nzengu, who is in the House already, Honorable Speaker. But we did agree with him that it is important we bring this matter to this House so that it is discussed, because it not only touches our area, but touches the rest of the country. And the colleagues will be confirming that this matter is not unique to our area. Let me put this matter into context, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this idea of our people being killed, and being killed by the so-called pastorists in quotes, but Speaker, I want to be very specific. The people who are killing our people are what we call camel unders, Honorable Speaker. These are people who bring their camel to our area looking for grass, Honorable Speaker, looking for water, and they have no respect at all for our people. This has happened in Kitui South, it has happened in Kitui East, it has happened in Mwingi Central, it has happened in Mwingi North. And because of that, Honorable Speaker, because it's a problem which has been there for long, I want just to tell the House what has happened. As a result of these continuous and regular instances, Honorable Members, the Ukambani leadership, that is parliamentary leadership, together with the county leadership, we have done the following. Honorable Speaker, we have met not less than 3 cabinet secretaries to discuss this matter. Honorable Speaker, we have not met less than 3 PSCs to discuss this matter. Honorable Speaker, we have met the National Cohesion and Integration Commission to discuss this matter. Honorable Speaker, we have held meetings between the leadership of Tana River and the Ukambani Kitui leadership to discuss this matter. Honorable Speaker, we have held meetings with the Northeastern leadership to discuss this matter and look for lasting solution. Last but not least, Honorable Speaker, amongst ourselves as members of Parliament, when taking a cup of tea, we have discussed this matter, discussing to see how can we help sort out this matter. And as a result of all these many meetings, Honorable Speaker, a number of resolutions have actually been agreed. Resolution number 1, Honorable Speaker, this is in the presence of the government, was that can we establish the boundaries for the counties so that we put beacons so that everybody can know which part is Kitui, which part is Tana River, which part is Garissa. Because these are the counties we neighbor, Honorable Speaker. The second issue, Honorable Speaker, we did make resolutions that we need police resurfaced to be also sent to those areas so that our own people are identified, they are armed, and then they can also take care of the security. As a result of that, Honorable Speaker, the government, that's the only item they have moved because they were able to identify police resurfaced and they harmed them. But unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, when these attacks take place, they disarm our police resurfaced. So we have the people who are attacking our people who have arms, our people are disarmed. And you can see, Honorable Speaker, what that means. The third resolution, Honorable Speaker, was that our county government of Kitui has constructed police stations along the border line so that they enhance security. Unfortunately, the government was supposed to send police officers to those stations. Up to now, they have not sent police officers, Honorable Speaker. The fourth item which was agreed, Honorable Speaker, was that since most of these camel are in game reserves, we have decided, Honorable Speaker, can we get everybody out of the game reserves and only leave KWS to manage the game reserves? In that case, Honorable Speaker, we will be able to know who is attacking our people because they will not be in the bush, Honorable Speaker. And the fifth resolution, Honorable Speaker, was that as a leadership, we committed ourselves to talk to our people so that there is peaceful coexistence, Honorable Speaker. And we have done this. Despite having done all this, Honorable Speaker, we find that the government has not taken, they have not played their role. And that's why this continuous killing of our people is taking place, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, what we are saying is, it is a result of this continuous killing of our people that we are in this floor of this House today discussing this matter. Because we are saying, Honorable Speaker, There is no way we come up with these solutions. They are never implemented. And then we sit and watch our people as they continue being killed. And we say, as a leadership, we want to promote peace, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there's nothing as bad as seeing your people being killed. And to make things worse, Honorable Speaker, we are being killed in our own homes. Imagine visitors come to our county, kill our people in our homes, and we are expected to be saying hallelujah when our people are being killed, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are saying enough is enough. And the reason we are discussing this house is because we want this house to come with a lasting solution to this problem. This house has the power to ensure that this problem is done away with, Honorable Speaker. And if that doesn't happen, Honorable Speaker, we want to say it categorically in this house that we are not short of options to protect our people. We don't want to go that direction, Honorable Speaker, because we are a leadership which is mature. But if we are pushed to the wall, Honorable Speaker, I want to assure this house that we will be able to protect our people. What are we saying, Honorable Speaker? It's not all our neighbors. We don't want to accuse any community. There's no community we can accuse. What we are saying, Honorable Speaker, there are criminals in these communities. And these are the criminals who are killing our people. We would expect the government to take these criminals, arrest them, take them to court, and make sure they are locked forever. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, we have good neighbor with the majority of our people. But in a situation where we see the government allowing the criminals to continue killing our people, we are not going to tolerate that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, these criminals, they don't even care, Honorable Speaker. They come to your farm, and when they feed their camel on your maize, they say, maize nyasi. Can you tell me, Honorable Speaker, that there is a Kenyan who doesn't know the difference between maize and grass to feed their camel on? They come to our farms, they find the farms have been what we call the local fence, Honorable Speaker. They do away with that fence, and they don't care. At any time you try to confront them, Honorable Speaker, that's the time the guns start working. Honorable Speaker, it's a very painful experience, Honorable Speaker. And as I talk to you, Honorable Speaker, it pains me as a person. It pains our people, Honorable Speaker. And I'm telling you, Honorable Speaker, it's only that we are very tolerant. It would have gotten very worse. Honorable Speaker, as a result of what happened last weekend, there was a bit of blocking of Garissa Mwingi Road by our people. And they wanted to attack our colleagues, our neighbors from Garissa. And we have told our people that you cannot kill somebody who has never done anything because somebody... So we are saying, Honorable Speaker, you can see now that it's trickling down to other areas. Honorable Speaker, what we are saying as I conclude, these are our resolutions. We are saying enough is enough. We want these criminals arrested, Honorable Speaker, and taken to court. Even as we bury our people, they must be in court. The last thing, Honorable Speaker, we want the government to take care of the cost of the medical bills, mortuary bills, and support the families to bury their dead ones, Honorable Speaker. We have seen this happen when it happens in other areas. We want it happening in our area. And Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, it is unfortunate no cabinet secretary, neither the president have even sent condolences to our people. And we see them sending condolences to other people. They only send the IG, Honorable Speaker. IG has been there so many times. We are tired of seeing the IG and no action being taken. We want action taken. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, we say, even no lasting solution, we look for the solution. I submit, Honorable Speaker, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Honorable members, I know this situation in the year 2019-2020. I was part of the delegation of the Committee in charge of Administration and National Security, which visited this area. And Honorable Makali Mulu, we had difficulties landing. But I remember we ultimately did so with the support of the police. And by the time we were leaving, we instructed that those herdsmen had to be removed from the area immediately, which happened. So this is shocking that it continues to recur. I don't know what could be done, but Honorable Makali Mulu begin thinking about how best this could be brought so that Parliament comes with, resolute and actionable, recommendations. The Honorable Stephen Mule.
Thank you very much.
Members, you have 5 minutes each to contribute under the standing order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to pass my condolences to the people of Mwingi and the families who lost their loved ones during this INA's attack on Saturday afternoon at Kwakamali. Mr. Speaker, as a House, I think it's the high time we put the context of this issue into a broader perspective, because the issues of insecurity is affecting every corner of this country. And Mr. Speaker, it is sad to see thugs, I will not call them a community, thugs organize themselves and attack a village, a shopping center, during the afternoon session, day broad light. And Mr. Speaker, they don't spare anybody, even the kids. Mr. Speaker, it seems it's a culture created by the so-called thugs to evade border areas, grazing area. And if you look at it, Mr. Speaker, at the broader perspective, it happened in Mwingi, but I'm aware it's also happening in the border of Samburu. It is also happening in Isiolo. It's also happening in Meru area. It's happening in several parts of this country. Over 50 years after independence, Mr. Speaker, it is the most sad heinous act we have experienced as a community and as a region. Mr. Speaker, I want to call upon the Minister for Interior, our brother, our friend, Honorable Murkomen. He must stop rhetoric stories to Kenyans and put security agencies on notice. Mr. Speaker, why I'm saying this? The other day we saw a whole member of parliament be attacked during day bloodlight in a shopping mall by an organized group, thugs, you may call it goons. But Mr. Speaker, when the CS appeared in the committee of this house, I was shocked to hear him say that they have arrested 3 and the others have fled to the neighboring countries. That's a joke of the year. The ministry and the internal security must treat the issue of security to all Kenyans, not only to those who were attacked on Saturday, but to all Kenyans as a priority, Mr. Speaker. We cannot allow this country to get to that route when we are almost getting to election next year. You know, Mr. Speaker, and I've been with you in this house for the last 10 years plus. As we edge to election, things become thick in this country. Everybody is of his own survival, wants to get his survival tactic. So, Mr. Speaker, what happened in Mwingi is not an isolated case. It's happening in the other parts of the border of Ukambani, the entire Tana River, the entire Garissa, going down to Meru, proceeding to Isiolo, Samburu, and even Turkana, Mr. Speaker. 50 years down the line, I believe this country needs a better approach on the issues of security for its citizens, to protect property, and when a government starts failing, like the one in power right now is failing, they start using the so-called goons instead of security agencies and apparatus. I want to say this without fear of contradiction, Mr. Speaker. Enough is enough of insecurity on the border areas where grazing takes place, where communities probably are having issues. The ministry must come up with a formula and inform Kenyans what steps they are taking and how we are going to safeguard this country going forward. It is a sad afternoon. It has been a
The Honorable Engineer Paul Nzengu, the MP for Mwingi North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to contribute into this discussion. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Speaker of the National Assembly for allowing this discussion on this motion to be this special time so that we can discuss this matter of national importance. Mr. Speaker, I represent the area where this Henias Act was done. And I tell you, Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time it is happening. Over the years from 2015 to date, in Sekuru, 85 people have been killed in this manner, and in Gomeni, 70 people have been killed in this manner. Mr. Speaker, I want to report that for those who may not know, Mwingi North and Kitui County has no border, does not have people who keep camels. So camels are foreign to our land. We have no one in Kitui County keeps any camels, and even in our neighboring county, Tana River County, still Borana people don't keep camels. So these camels are coming from far north. They are coming from Mandera, they are coming from Wajir, and they are passing through Tana River, who happens to be our border. And for us, Kambas and Borana people, historically we have done business of selling goats and sheep together. Because the people in Tana River, they keep goats, and we also keep goats. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to report, for the purpose of those who do not know, that we have no neighbors who keep camels. This means that these camels are coming from Wajir, from Mandera. And the problem we have in Mwingi North now, it is as a result of camels that have been brought from northeastern. People have come, they have been accommodated by our communities. They have been allowed to graze in certain areas, but they respect the Kamba people. So what they do is that after the grass grazing area has gone out a bit, they push the camels into the farms of the Kamba community. And when they ask, they say, this is food for the camels, because God has brought rain, and rain has brought pastures. So, Mr. Speaker, the problem here is about respect. And I want to say that, Mr. Speaker, it has reached a point where now if nothing is going to be done, it is going to be a very bad situation in the coming days. This killing of innocent people, one of the men who was killed was just an old man. He has relatives around that area. So he was just walking around. Today he goes to one of his brother, tomorrow he goes to one of his sisters just to feed. Then these people just come, kill such an old man in cold blood without any provocation. Mr. Speaker, even they went ahead, banned 3 shops, banned a petrol station, banned a bar in that area, and even stabbed with an arrow a very young boy who is 2 years old. So, Mr. Speaker, if you look at this is not normal crime. This is a serious provocation of the community. And, Mr. Speaker, over time, our people have tried to make peace with these people. So, at times, the Wazeze elders have sat down, the Kamba elders and the Somali community elders who are based in Boga, Wales. They meet and they say, okay, let's agree to coexist. And therefore, if your camel enters my farm, you are going to pay me this much money. And if the Kamba people kill a camel, then Kambas are going to pay this amount of money. Yet when the camels feed on our farms, they don't pay anything. Yet our people go ahead and pay for the camel. So it has been an imbalanced kind of a relationship. And as a member of parliament for that constituency, Honorable Speaker, I say until when a lasting solution has been found, let all the cattle farmers move from Mwingi North, go to where they came from, and we don't need them. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, because I see, and if you can add me a minute or so, because it is very important for me to say this, that in that Kwakamari, there is a police station that has been built by the county government, but it has not been operationalized. So I want to ask the government of Kenya, within the next 1 week, operationalize that police station, put police officers there so that we are able to be given security. Then there is a problem of network. I want to appeal to the Communication Commission of Kenya There is no way. Those people, when the bad people came, people tried to make frantic effort to call the police officers in Sekuru, but they could not get a hold of them because there is no network in that area. That area has a registered polling station. It has a registered early childhood school, and there are so many people that are doing business there. So, Honorable Speaker,
The Honorable Charles Ngusia, where from did you derive the powers to dictate to the Speaker what to do? The Honorable Nzengu will have 1 more minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that I want to appeal to the Communication Commission of Kenya to direct Safaricom or Airtel to install with immediate effect a mast, either Airtel mast or a Safaricom mast, so that we can now have security in that area. Because, Mr. Speaker, from Kwakamari going that, there's an area of about 30 kilometers into because it is within the Mwingi North Game Reserve. And that area is heaven for those criminals. So if we have network, the police who are going to be installed in Kwakamari will be able to move far and wide and ensure that if there are any criminal elements, then the police can be able to respond immediately. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, there are also illegal guns who are in the manyatas that are because you realize that there are those people who are camel herders. They live in manyatas, and then the Kamba people live in some constructed houses. So in those manyatas, we suspect there are hidden guns. So I will want to ask the Inspector General of Police to ensure that there is a serious operation to flush out the criminals that may be harboring themselves there. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Harold Kimuge Kipchumba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think from the word go, I just want to pass my condolences to those who lost lives and quick recovery to those who are injured. I wish to condemn animosity and violence among communities in this country. Kenya is diverse. We are not supposed to be competing among communities. We are supposed to be living together, building this nation. It is sad, especially for some of us who have experienced effects and consequences of conflicts. Let's go back to 2007, 2008. There are people who have never recovered. They will never recover because of conflicts that took place then. And therefore, as an elder, I want to speak this very day that these are signs that must not be ignored. 1 year before the next general elections, and you have pockets of skirmishes, violence, intolerance, intimidations, groupings, is worrying. And I think it's time that we rise up to this threat now. If you can recall the Kriegler report, the 207, 208 occurred because we ignored, as leaders, the signs that were rising. What is happening is not only going to divide our people, but going to harm so many other people that you might not be even in the conflict. A conflict anywhere in this country is a conflict everywhere in this nation. And therefore, I want to specifically go to two things. One, the role of leaders in causing animosity.
It is worrying, and I think many of us tend to shy away from the statements that we make as politicians and leaders. Some of these statements are the ones that are destroying our people, that is causing divisions. Some of these statements that we make as leaders make others feel isolated, and therefore we come up with the thinking of others and us. It must be stopped. Legitimizing division among people and using prejudice against communities is what's going to destroy our land. We must stop amplifying divisions and creating fear and narratives that there are Kenyans who are others and us. I want to call upon this House to condemn any member, to condemn any leader that would bring division among people. We must stop mobilizing conflict and goons. It's very unfortunate when there are double standards in addressing issues in this country. And people, we are seeing it. When it is in one corner, there is what is called an emergency intervention. While it happens in another corner, it takes forever to react. We must stop this. May I bring to the attention of the security agencies, you shall be held personally liable for any inaction and commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Rose Museu, you are recognized to make your contribution.
Thank you. Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa nafasi hii ambayo ningependa kuongezea sauti yangu kwa mjadala huu ambao umeletwe wa habari ambazo ni za kusikitisha sana za uko upande wa Mwingi North. Niseme napeana rambirambi zangu kwa watu ambao walipoteza maisha yao, familia ambazo ziliwachwa na wapendwa kwa sababu ya vita ambavyo vilitokea pale. Ninashangaa ni kwa nini leo tuweze kuwa na vita baina ya watu wa uko upande wa Mwingi North na kabila jirani. Kwa sababu niseme hivi ya kwamba tumeishi na wao miaka mingi. Ukiona katika maeneo mengi ya uko Ukambani, tunaishi na Wasomali, tunaishi na Waborana ambao wanafanya biashara mbalimbali, lakini na kwamba tunaishi na wao vizuri. Shida sasa vile ambayo imetokea ya kwamba imekuwa ni kupigana kwa sababu ya ngamia. Mimi kama mwakilishi wa kina mama niseme ya kwamba huko Makueni tuko na ngamia wengi sana, na wanapokuja wakati hakuna malisho tunawapatia vichaka vyetu wanalisha. Lakini sasa kama wameanza mambo ya kwanza kuua wenzetu, inakuwa ni jambo la kusikitisha na ni jambo ambalo linatushangaza. Ni kwa nini vita hivi vimeanza tukiwa tumebakisha tu mwaka mmoja kuweza kuelekea katika uchaguzi mkuu wa nchi hii. Nchi ya Kenya kusikia maripoti kama hayo ya kwamba wananchi wanaishi bila usalama ni jambo ambalo ni la kuhuzunisha, kwa maana tunajua amiri jeshi mkuu wetu ni president mwenyewe ama ni rais mwenyewe. Anafaa kutoa amri ya kwamba watu ambao wanapita mipaka hiyo wakaweze kurudi kwao na kutangaza tuweze kuishi kwa amani. Maneno haya ni mambo ambayo yatushangaza, yakatusitikisha. Ni kwamba kuna jambo linafanyika ili tukaweze kuelewa nini, kwa sababu mauaji yamefikia wapi, na wanaokuja kuua wanakuja kuua watu ambao wako innocent, ambao pia hawajajiami, lakini wao wamejiami. Na ni vibaya na ni ujeuri mkubwa sana ya kwamba unakuja na ngamia zako unaingiza ndani ya shamba langu, na baada ya kula mahindi yangu unanitusi, na nikiongea unaniua. Mimi ningeomba ya kwamba serikali ikaweze kuchukulia maanani sana ya kwamba jambo hili ni jambo ambalo limehatarisha maisha ya wengi, sio Mwingi North peke yao, lakini ni Kenya nzima. Na hata sisi ambao tunaona ngamia kwetu, basi tunaanza kuogopa kwamba hata Makueni tutaanza kuona wakija na visu wakitaka kutumaliza. Vita tulijua kwamba vilikuwa vinakalia upande wa Kitui South na upande wa Mwingi South. Lakini sasa kama tunawakubalia kulisha, basi tutaishi vipi kama majirani? Naomba serikali ichukue nafasi hii, ama ikaweze kuchukua kama vile ambavyo imearusha ya kwamba mkuu wa polisi ama mkuu ambaye anaangalia maslahi ya security akaweze kuchukua hatua mara moja. Sisi kama viongozi tuone amechukua hatua kwamba jambo hilo halitafanyika tena, na kumeletwa uwiano baina ya makabila haya mawili, na sisi sote ni wa Kenya, hakuna ambaye si Mkenya. Hivyo ningeomba kwamba jambo hilo likaweze kufanywa kwa haraka, na ni asante sana Bwana Speaker.
The Honorable Uliungi, because of rank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to this special motion. It's a motion which touches my heart deep inside, because our people has been affected. And Mr. Speaker, what is going on at the border of Tana River and Kitui County is completely unacceptable, completely. Because, Mr. Speaker, this border conflict between our people, Kitui and Tana River, has been going on for a long time. Recently, many people have lost their lives. You have heard at Kamari in Sikuru, people were massacred. Several people were massacred. And today in the morning, in my constituency, a place called Ukasi, Keo, and Kadungu, a young schoolboy was murdered by Kamo Handers this morning. And Mr. Speaker, because of that, you cannot now go to Garissa. You cannot, the road is blocked as we speak. Now, if you go live now, that road from Thika all the way to Garissa, the road is blocked at Nguni, it is blocked at Ukasim by the residents, locals. It is a big issue as we speak. And it's a matter that must be addressed very urgently, because how can you kill a schoolboy? In Kamari, how can you kill old people? You know, women and young people. How? How do you massacre those kind of people? Mr. Speaker, even recently in Garissa, there has been profiling going on in Garissa town, where the Kambas have been profiled by the locals there, and they have been massacred. As late as yesterday, a woman was abducted in Garissa town, and a knife was inserted in her private parts. It is completely unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. And it is a matter that must be stopped with immediate effect. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, allow me to pass my condolences to those who have lost their lives, to the bereaved families, and even the woman whose a knife was inserted when she was alive in her private parts. It is completely inhuman, and those people must be apprehended and properly prosecuted. They should not be living with human beings in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, instead of the security agencies trying to calm the situation, as we speak, tear gas is flowing along Garissa Road. Tear gas. Instead of police trying to negotiate with the community who are affected, they are throwing tear gas at them, inciting them more. And Mr. Speaker, what is going to happen now? There will be retaliatory attacks. And I'm appealing to the people of Ukambani not to retaliate, because then the fight will continue, killings will continue. We are asking security agencies to restore peace at the border of Tana River, all the way from Mwingi North, coming to Mwingi Central, Kitui East, and Mutomo, Kitui South, so that people can live in peace and the conflict stops. Mr. Speaker, these criminals are known. Camel herders are known. They are known. But whenever they invade our territory, nothing happens. Whenever they attack our people, nothing happens. But if a Kamba attacks a camel, yeah, he will be arrested quickly and taken to court, yeah, or even killed or murdered. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the President of Kenya, CS Murkomen, and the IG to take swift action, make a pronouncement, and create peace, make peace at the border of Tana River and Kitui County. And I'm asking our people to stay calm when this is happening so that we can protect our people, we can protect the laws of lives, further laws of lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Charles Ngusia, the MP for Mwingi West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to refer you to the Article 27 of our Constitution. Every person is equal before the law and has a right to equal protection, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what happened in Sekuru deserves blanket condemnation across all the quarters. For how long are we going to say sorry? We cannot count the number of times our people have been subjected to this ethnically motivated, violent extremism. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. We are tired. We need solution. I am
Honorable
shocked.
Charles Ngusia, are you saying this is an ethnic strife or is a battle for resources?
Of course, Mr. Speaker.
You're saying
If
there
you,
is a community
if you look
organizing
at,
against
if you
the affected
cross-examine
communities.
very well what has been happening, it is campers who are actually being executed most of the time by a certain community, which is actually violating our privacy, or rather entering our boundaries, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am also concerned we've not seen any statement from the Cabinet Secretary, the CS of Security. We've not even seen statement from the PS and even the IG. We deserve attention, Mr. Speaker, on this matter. Mr. Speaker, we've met the CS and the CSs a couple of times. And every time we come up with solutions after solutions in Mwingi North, Mwingi Central, Kitui East, and Kitui South. But none has really been implemented. And I would like us to come up with a solution, or rather to implement the policies we came up. Number one, we agreed to resolve boundaries disputes, which has not been done, Mr. Speaker. We need to stress on this issue. Secondly, we agreed that everybody should get out of the game reserve, because most of the people who have been perpetrating this violence, extremism, they have been living these game reserves. It takes only logics actually from the wildlife to secure the boundaries and also fence the whole place and secure the place and evict everybody out of this game reserve, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've seen many cases when things happen this matter. The states usually comes to rescue and to offer solutions. We are calling upon the people, the government of this Republic of Kenya, to take care of all the medical and also mortuary bills and expenses, and even provide economic solutions for the families which have been affected by this violence, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you traverse the area, Sekuru and beyond, you realize that even Safaricom and Airtel has not reached that point. We are calling upon the government to intervene, to make sure we have got adequate network that will enhance security in those areas. And we also want to have improved road network in that area. We have been witnessing developments in other areas. Mr. Speaker, the people in that area are also taxpayers. We need special intervention in terms of infrastructural development to ensure we enhance security. And with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to condole with the families who have lost the lives of their beloved one, and call upon the government to take immediate action. Not now. It is needed like yesterday, Mr. Speaker. Let us see the President, the CS, and the IG making remarks on this matter, and we will be comforted. Our community doesn't retaliate.
The Honorable Jesse Kambalu, because of rank.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, let me start by conveying my deepest condolences to the families, those who lost their beloved ones, and also wish quick recovery to the ones who have been attacked and are in the hospital. Mr. Speaker, this in-house act is very traumatizing for this country. Mr. Speaker, how do you kill 7 innocent people? And others, we are so sure they still could be in the game reserve, yet to be found. Mr. Speaker, these attackers were killing old people, women, and also the youth. Damaris Matei Mbila, who is 36 years. For heaven's sake, how do you attack a woman? How do you attack a woman? To leave the children motherless. Very frustrating. Mr. Speaker, Nicholas Siango, 70-year-old man, is so harmless, and you want to attack that person simply because of pastures and the interests of the herders. Tito Monyoki, 29, youth. We are already crying that our youth have been killed. Mr. Speaker, and the others at Kwakamari area on the Saturday, 25th April, 2026 at around 9:48 p.m., that is in the afternoon. Mr. Speaker, deaths have been reported. And all those ones are all from Kamba community. We call upon for our protection. Otherwise, we will take charge. The people are crying. The people are so unhappy with the In-House Act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of drought needs to be addressed by this government. Mr. Speaker, the issue of possession of arms, unlicensed guns, should be addressed by the country. The issue of weak policing, as we are saying, we need to call upon the Sekuru, the Kwakamari police station to be operationalized. We have weak policing in this country in some areas. And when we talk about insecurity, we are not talking of Sekuru Mwingi alone. We are talking about protection of our people in the whole country, Mr. Speaker. 40 attackers just to go and attack people in a shopping center and also have others at the reserve. Mr. Speaker, you cannot tell us as part of the report that these attackers could not be apprehended or caught because of poor roads. These are the police reporting. It cannot be accepted. It cannot be accepted at all. In fact, it is more hurting. Poor roads, we have police, and you cannot apprehend the attackers. 40 of them. You just attack a woman in a shopping center. Very harmless women. Women are known to be harmless. Cutting her into pieces. Mr. Speaker, very frustrating. And so we have call upon the security ministry, department, those are in charge, to come to the people. We have heard that all roads have been blocked. Simply because we have said enough is enough. We cannot allow our people to be killed. Once a person dies, you cannot replace that person. Even if you say we compensate, we say we pay for mortuary bills, we say for burial bills, funeral expenses, that is not enough. I wish we say we want our people back. And that's why our people, and that's when our people will be satisfied. And we want to put this one into a stop. We want to put this one into a stop. Not for Mwingi alone.
The Member of Parliament for Laikipia West, the Honorable Wachira Karani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also contribute towards this adjournment motion by one Honorable Makari Muri, the member for Kitui Central. Mr. Speaker, I come from a constituency that also has been affected by insecurity in the past. When I served as a member of parliament in the 11th parliament, Mr. Speaker, I had a lot of stress because I will not go for even a week without people being killed in my constituency. I want to applaud this government right now because in our area, at least in the neighboring counties, in my county is Laikipia, and the neighboring counties that used to suffer with us, Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Turkana, Samburu, and Isiolo, we used to have a lot of stress. But now that matter has been addressed, but my heart goes to the 7 lives that were lost. Innocent people who lost their life. They were not sick, they were not suffering from anything, they were just killed. I was listening to Honorable Makari put up this adjournment motion. Those people were shot. I'm wondering where were the security people? Because they are supposed to address the matter of how these weapons get into our country. Because this is a very, very, very sad moment. I for now have no problem in my constituents, lakini Waswahili husema mwenzako akinyolewa tia yako maji. That means that we don't know where the problem will be next. I therefore call upon the Cabinet Secretary in charge of internal security, the Inspector General, to move with speed and address this matter. However, I may caution my colleagues that we call criminals by their names. I represent a constituency that reflects the face of Kenya. I have all the tribes of Kenya in my constituency. And whenever a matter arises like this one, we want to refer the criminal by his name. If it is Wachira who is a criminal, let's refer to him as a Wachira and not the ethnic tribe that he comes from. I support.
The Honorable Samuel Moroto, the MP for Kapenguria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this chance for me to give my input to this one here. I really condole with the families who lost their loved ones. And I want to say, some of us have been here for some time, and we've seen government come and go. This government here, the current one, is doing very well on development. and bringing people together. But on the side of security, they have to think twice. And I hope the chair for security is around and the members of security are around here. And also leader of majority and others. Because this is the house that has to give directions, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering, developments are doing very well. That's why I'm part of it, saying, echo. It is not only these people who are suffering now, even us, the North Rift. I don't know, there is a very well coordinated operation going on there for the cat wrestling. But sometimes it goes beyond to innocent people, burning houses, people traveling, being beaten by police. And this other group, there's a name they call it. They beat even, they harass even administrators like the county commissioners and others, OCBDs. I don't know where this one has come from. During Moi, we had something called Nyundo operation, but did not stop anything. I always repeat from here. When Kibaki came in, he brought something called Domisha Amani operation, where now the military doctors used to go and treat people. We've not even seen now. Military doctors, military water engineers go and drill water for our animals and our own, a human being, between Trans Nzoia, West Pokot, and Turkana. That thing stopped up to now. There's nothing. I hope the people from, the leaders from Trans Nzoia are now here, and Turkana. Although some young men who are trying to bring here and there, like pickpockets here, because maybe they don't have anything, they just come and pick from you. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say, let us give this government humble time to bring Kenyans together, but let us check on this security issue. Personally, myself here, I've been to several cells in Kenya. In a maximum prisoner committee, ile yenu ya Mombasa, and Kodiaka. But we used to come and leave. Mr. Speaker, let us be serious on this one here. And I'm saying this one here. As Kenyans, you're doing well. Even this house, the way you are seated there. But let us now come to ourselves and say, what do we do with the Kenyans? They are happy. The small people are now happy with what the government is doing. But those in charge of security are arresting as if this guy is here to benefit. So that's what I'm saying. Let the committee of this in charge of security here come and tell us what is happening. Even in my place. Also, the land committee should come also. Because there is a lot of corruptions. Personally, I'm now in the court. I was in my family. Somebody brings a title deed of someone, this is my land. And I've not seen for all that other government. It's only this one here. Thank you.
Honorable Joshua Kimilu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, before I contribute, I need first to condole with the family who lost their loved ones and also those who lost their property. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say enough is enough. This is a serious matter, Mr. Speaker, which has to end going forward, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wonder which country are we living in, whereby we have a government and people are slaughtered. People are killed day and night. Mr. Speaker, the issue of Mwingi is different from the issue of Northeastern, whereby it's both are pastoral communities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue we have in Mingi is between a pastoral community and a crop growing community, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this is something which can be sorted once and for all, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say the government is aware of what is happening. And it's a laxity of the government. And that's why I want to warn this government. What you are doing today, it will haunt you tomorrow. You cannot let people to kill each other. And you are watching. We have police in that area. We have DCI. We have NIS. And the information should trigger from down to top, Mr. Speaker. I don't know why action has not been taken, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, insecurity in Mwingi, this is what we are keep on talking. It is not the first time to have this issue in this area. And Mr. Speaker, when you go to Kwakamari, Mr. Speaker, a police station which has been built there, which has not been even given one single policeman. And you know, people are fighting. People are killing each other. Mr. Speaker, this is, and we should not tolerate this kind of leadership we have, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I know the area MP, yesterday I talked to the area MP who was in a shock, Mr. Speaker, because of the worry of his people, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, you can't get asleep when your people are being killed, Mr. Speaker. I want to know, Mr. Speaker, and I want to get to know what is the government doing on this issue, Mr. Speaker. And we don't need to be giving statement saying that, oh, action will be taken. Action will be taken, Mr. Speaker. And people are killing each other, Mr. Speaker. If, Mr. Speaker, now as a country, we are taking police to Haiti, and people are killing each other in our country, what are we doing? What are sure we are doing to the world, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I want to blame the government and say that the government is aware of what is happening. And I want to tell this government, even if you don't want to give us development, why can you give us security? We are Kenyans. We pay tax, Mr. Speaker. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm bitter because I went to Kisumu over the weekend. And we had a rally there, Mr. Speaker. And we saw goons prepared to come and disrupt with our meetings, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, this is very bad. And this issue of goonism we are talking about, Mr. Speaker, is a word which will escalate. And it will cause problem in this country. It's only that they didn't know that we are unstoppable, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Honorable Joshua Kimilu, we are dealing with a very serious issue on the matter raised by the Honorable David Makali. Could you attend to it in the short time you have?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I mentioned Kisumu, I don't know whether it's the time you mentioned that, but it's okay, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we need to see action being taken. And the issue of boundaries, Mr. Speaker, because there must be a clear boundary solution, Mr. Speaker. We have been talking about the boundary issue of this boundary issue in Mingi area, Mr. Speaker. And if action was taken, we could not face what we are facing today. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that those people who are coming to graze in Mingi, and there are people who are also grazing and they are farming, is unacceptable and it's against the law. And I want to tell you, because those people who are doing this are well known, Mr. Speaker. I want to tell you, Mr. Ndwale, you have to remove your camels from that area, because that's not your home. You cannot come and graze your camels to the areas where people are living in peace.
Order, Honorable, order. Honorable Duale is not before the House. Honorable Joshua Kimilu, you know what to do if you want to discuss Honorable Duale. Withdraw that.
Mr. Speaker, after this, I'll go up there and draft a motion to deal about that issue. Let me concentrate on what I was talking about. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask what the IG is doing and also what the CS is doing about this issue, Mr. Speaker. Because we cannot live in a country, we are citizens of, we are Kenyan.
Give him 1 minute to conclude. You see what happens when you digress.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to conclude by saying we need to draw a good line, Mr. Speaker, and we need to know there is lapse in our government security. And Mr. Speaker, before Kalonzo becomes the president of this country, we want this matter to deal with it even before, because we cannot wait for another 1.5 years, Mr. Speaker. Why can we see action? And we want, because our people are they are very calm people, they are serious people, but they could have even taken this issue on their hands, and the worst can happen in that area. But Mr. Speaker, we don't want to go to that direction. We need peace in our country. We need security in our country. Mr. Speaker, let those who are in authority do what they are supposed to do, Mr. Speaker. And I'm bitter, Mr. Speaker, because this is a very serious matter. Our people are being killed, Mr. Speaker. It is, and the people are going on the rooftops or the cars and start talking of what they are doing to the country, and people are being killed. That is, Mr. Speaker, is nonsense, and we cannot accept it to happen in our country, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Caleb Mule is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute on the adjournment motion by Makali on the insecurity in the Mwingi North area. Mr. Speaker, I stand to condole with the families that lost their lives in these bad incidents, and I wish quick recovery to those who are injured. Mr. Speaker, I underline the word peaceful coexistence. Peaceful coexistence. I stand to ask for peaceful coexistence between the two communities. We are talking about the Somali community and the Kamba community in this matter. And one of the communities take advantage of the other. They arrogantly bring their camels and graze on other tribes' livelihood. That is their food, their maize. And that is very arrogant. Then, not even to stop there, they start killing them if they try to prevent the camels from eating their maize crops. Mr. Speaker, Kambas are very calm people, meek and timid. And this other tribe, take advantage. They really take advantage of our calmness. And Mr. Makali, Honorable Makali said we are not short of options. And I fear if we go to that direction, Mr. Speaker, our country is going into chaos. This is what happened in Rwanda. Rwanda started one tribe attacking the other, and all of a sudden, a big war, and many lives were lost. So, and in this parliament, we've been talking about insecurity everywhere. We are talking about insecurity in those cattle rearing areas, like the cattle rustling at McLeod's, Honorable McLeod's area, and all those other places. Are we short of policemen? Are we short of security people? If there's one of the government spending or one of the budgets that we should increase as a country, we should increase the security budget so that we don't keep talking about insecurity in our area. So I urge the Minister of Interior to take this serious and increase the security. We have so many youth who need employment, and we can, in this parliament, we are able to increase the budget of security and employ a lot of youth so that we can maintain peace and security in this area. So I urge the Kampa community to become calm as the country and the Minister of Interior addresses the issue. And we hope this will be addressed immediately. Thank you.
The Honorable Dr. Daniel Ochanda, the MP for Bondo.
Now, Mr. Speaker, you added a name that is not mine. Daniel is Gideon, just for purpose of record. but Ochanda for sure is my name. Mr. Speaker, if anybody, a stranger, got into this country and just asked where, because I've either heard before, where are these spots? Where are these areas in this country where if you get there, you'll get communities fighting one another. There'll be issues of cattle rusting. There will be issues of fighting over little resources of grazing and stuff like that. That stranger will get this information in the first 5 minutes. And this information is with the governments, whether former or new or current. They know exactly what we can call hotspots or potential hotspots in terms of where communities from time to time get to fight over resources. And some had happened as close as at Nairobi, my Mahiu here. There were issues of invasion on those who are sedentary and those who are herds people. Sedentary groups are doing their normal farming, but herds people are coming in with the animals and are grazing all over. This has happened in this country, and they are known. The only problem is, if you've known all this over this period of time, how come we've never had a proper solution to them? There was a time, Mr. Speaker, in this country, my other world, before I got into this house, I used to crisscross the country quite a bit. You could not go to Garissa. You had to wait for a serious escort after Mwingi for you to get to Garissa. All of the escort, all vehicles had to be stopped there and you had to wait. You could not go beyond Archer's Post if you are going to the north, to Mandera and all these other sides. You could not go to Turkana after Marich Pass. And there were spots that were known. And that's why there were those kind of escorts. And now, Mr. Speaker, the governments of those particular times got a solution. And of late, you can easily go to Garissa, you can easily go to Wajir, minus an escort. You can easily pass Archer's Post through to Basabit and Mandera, minus a problem. You can as well pass Pokot, Marich Pass through to Lodwar, minus a problem. There were solutions that were sought out and they were working. What is happening that some of these things can't be sought out to work? Because they are known. Mr. Speaker, the biggest problem that goes with this is the issue, number one, of inaction. 2, the issue of slow response. And 3, no response at all. So immediately we have all these things. Then all the other, there are better ways of how to reduce belligerence. But if you go and wait and you don't do anything, then the other side that was feeling affected will want to respond. And to an extent that now we are getting a response, even in areas where it doesn't need that kind of a response. You have a small car accident, and then you have no idea, because the response is going to be slow, then all the other people around you attack you, including the piki and everybody else, without determining exactly who exactly was the cause of the problem. So we are giving other communities, we are basically aiding non-formal response to problems that the government can respond to in a proper manner. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is where we have to revisit as a country. We know these places, we know these people, we don't need to wait for us to come and lament. Because as at now, even when you hear the debate here, there is a leadership from a community that are already feeling that they've reached a point where they must respond in a different way. And when they are doing that, imagine if the other side were also here. They will also be talking about responding the other way. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that's why we have government. Governments must be ahead of communities, governments must be ahead of individuals to make sure that some of these things are sorted out properly and in time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Mark Mwenje.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me on behalf of the people of Embakasi West to pass my condolences to those families that lost their loved ones in Kitui County, more specifically in Mwingi. And Honorable Speaker, right from the get-go, these issues of conflicts between communities, and in this case, more of a pastoral community and a farming community, is regrettable, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you'd seen what was on TV, the community from Mwingi who are protesting and complaining about what had happened were holding bows and arrows on Citizen TV. Actually, Honorable Speaker, if you were to proceed and try and prosecute this matter in a court of law, unfortunately, those individuals who are captured on Citizen holding those bows and arrows would automatically be easy suspects to all these losses of lives. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, is that it is time our government puts forth a task force that goes through examining some of these.
Out of order, Honorable Nzengu?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mwenje is out of order for discussing a matter that he has no clue. This is a member of parliament who has been raised and brought up in Nairobi. He has no understanding of the rural setting where we come from. So you should rule him out of order, and he should not continue contributing in this motion because he has no idea what we go through. Mwenje, you are out of order.
Honorable Mark Mwenje, you will proceed.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to ignore because he doesn't realize I'm trying to help.
Don't go there. Just make your
but anyway, I'm trying to help because whoever took those videos, Honorable Speaker, was not doing any justice to those individuals, Honorable Speaker. And the point that I was driving at, Honorable Speaker, is that the police have left it that the community have to fend for their farmlands. That is why they were captured holding these weapons. And when we start having that kind of a country, it's starting to show as though we have a country that is lost, that a country that has no rule of law, Honorable Speaker. And therefore...
Honorable Mwenje, don't inflame this debate any further. You know, there is the right to self-defense and defense of property.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, so keep
that. And that's where I'm driving my point, Honorable Speaker. That, don't inform me, you just sit down. You see, Honorable Speaker, what we need is that we need the police to come out, and in all these areas where we have communities that are fighting over resources, the police need to come out and take charge in those areas, Honorable Speaker. If we fail to do so, and we let the people, as we've seen in Mwingi, if we've seen in Laikipia, as we've seen in these other areas, as was being pointed out in Pokot, when you leave the public to take matters into their own hands, then what you do is create division, and you lead to loss of life, as we've seen. And more importantly, Honorable Speaker, I've heard the members from that region speaking about it, Honorable Speaker, that there is a chance of retaliatory attacks that could occur. And what we need is we need the police to go in there. Failure to which, Honorable Speaker, as you've rightly pointed out, then those people have a right to their own defense, which they will take using the weapons that they have. And what happens is that there could be innocent Kenyans who end up losing their lives, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I just want to challenge the CS and the PS Interior, Honorable Speaker, because I feel they're more concentrating on political issues, and at times they've forgotten them things that really matter to Kenyans, such as this issue that has affected us in Mwingi. So we need them to come out, Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, it paints everything. Anybody can take the law into their own hands, Honorable Speaker, and it will affect us. Even us here, right here in Nairobi, Honorable Speaker. Anybody who is found to be breaching the law, to be breaking the law, Honorable Speaker, need to be taken to a court of law so that we can show, we can demonstrate that there is a rule of law. And Honorable Speaker, for those who have lost, their lives, Honorable Speaker, I believe the government should come out, because this is failure by the government, failing to act. The government should come out and actually compensate some of those victims. Honorable Speaker, anybody who's trying to say that I was just born here in Nairobi, I believe should apologize to me. I'm one of those people who understand this country better than them, and they cannot survive here in Nairobi. They're in Nairobi. So don't talk to me badly when you're in Nairobi and you need to walk in Nairobi. Be careful.
The Honorable Thaddeus Nzambia, the MP for Kilome.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, this is a very emotive concern and an issue which needs to be addressed with immediate effect. Honorable Speaker, as I rise and support the motion, let me first condole with the affected families. And Honorable Speaker, I think this issue is not the first one it is occurring. And I want to state categorically that, Honorable Speaker, as I stand here, we will give 7 days ultimatum. First, to establish the owner of these camels, because this has been unpaid before, and it's like we are not getting an amicable solution on this. So, Honorable Speaker, after the 7 days, if we will have not known the owner of these camels, we'll have a consultative meeting as our community, and we'll give the way forward. Honorable Speaker, Kambas are not cowards. You remember, in this country, we have produced 3 generals. And Honorable Speaker, you cannot keep on begging for protection of our people. Honorable Speaker, how comes that somebody has the audacity of killing innocent women, innocent children? Which Kenya are we in, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, remember, despite the killings also, there has been destruction of crops. Let me tell you, Cumberland is different from Pokot, Turkana, name the northern eastern parts. We don't fight for livestock. You see, the other communities have been stealing livestock and all that. Remember, we are discussing an issue of destroying our crops. Honorable Speaker, we don't keep camels. And before the 7 days elapse, Honorable Speaker, we should not find any camel in that area of Mwingi, that is in Cumberland. Because, Honorable Speaker, we are very accommodative and we are very peaceful. Not unless now you have rattled us. Honorable Speaker, it is with great concern that if this incident happened in another area, it is very possible to hear that the President has landed there, the CS has landed there, the IG has landed there. But, Honorable Speaker, it is notable that it's only the Deputy DG who was sent to the scene. Honorable Speaker, it has come to my knowledge that when there are issues about this camel herding and keeping in most of these areas in Cumberland, there are threats from up there. I don't want to know where up there is. That the OSPD, the OCSS are cautioned to leave the camels to keep on disturbing the Kamba community. Honorable Speaker, I think we should bring this issue to an end. And Honorable Speaker, as we speak now, we want to hear what is really happening in the affected areas. Do we have police posts? Do we have police stations? Because this is not the first time this is happening. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say that this has happened at the wrong time. Because remember today, it's when the schools are opening. We are not sure whether our children will be able to go to school because there are threats. Honorable Speaker, we need immediate report before the end of this week so that we can know what measures the government has taken to restore peace. And as I've said, and I want to repeat this and I want to be on the record, we have given the government 7 days. Let us know the owner of these camels and let us not have any camel in Cumberland because we don't keep camels. And if we give them an opportunity to just stay in our land, the only good thing is to slaughter our people. This one will not accept. And the Honorable Speaker, you should note that. As I have said, we are not cowards. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I realize and I want to identify myself with the feelings of the majority members here today and also the people of Siakulu. When I watched the TV last night, I remember what my people went through in the region of Bole East along the border with Isiolo and Laikipia. Mr. Speaker, the first killings of my people, Bori, came through livestock feeding, where camel used to be brought to our constituency, and the Anders will take control of the area and will do whatever they want to do. So I can identify myself with what these members are feeling, because I went through it. And I would like to share my experiences, because I think these are some of the things that really caused this kind of situation. We are still, Mr. Speaker, experiencing the verdict effect, again, along that border with Isiolo and Laikipia, because, again, of the so-called aggressiveness of the nomadic people who we border, the Sambulus, the Turkanas, from those two counties, Mr. Speaker. The absence of adequate police infrastructure really causes some of these people to freely move. These people, Mr. Speaker, have weapons. I was pitying the people of Sekulu when I saw them holding bows and arrows. But these people, they had guns. So how do you even fight people who have guns? And the question is, how do these people who bring camels, who own guns, where do they get those guns? The question that we need to ask is, where are the investigative bodies? Where is the intelligence network, both in the neighboring county and also in Kitui? That shows lack or lapse of intelligence sharing, lack of cross-border police operations. Because, Mr. Speaker, camels are not lads that they can penetrate an area without being noticed. Camels are as large as a giraffe. So really they are known. Mr. Speaker, they move and sleep. They can't learn. So the owners of these animals, they are known. Mr. Speaker, if the community does not really see eye to eye with one another, that could be another factor. But I'm wondering, why does a peaceful community suffer because of an aggressive community? No, it should not be business as usual. Something needs to be addressed, Mr. Speaker. What I found is the police in the neighboring county, they care less. The police on this side, they are not adequate. They are not adequately with adequate infrastructure. The load network along the borders across the country, not only Kitui versus the other county they are neighboring. We need security loans so that it can enhance operations of the police. The police have a point because they need to run against these people. But if the load network is bad, I'm happy the government has constructed a tarmac road in Sekulu area. But that does not solve the problem. We need feeder loans, which are adequately constructed. Mr. Speaker, this country, the people fight because of economic issues. I was looking at those poor women, those poor boys, and I was looking at the economic value of the area. I think we need water. These people are coming to look for water in Chekulu. They are coming to feed the animals because of climate change. These are long-term things that need to be addressed. But all in all, Mr. Speaker, the lapse in communication in security operations is the key factor here. These things could have been prevented if somebody was very keen. And I call upon the local community and security operations to be more careful going forward. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Karoli Omondi.
I hope I will have time, Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much. Honorable Speaker, I think what we are discussing is actually a failure of both the government, this government, and previous governments. Even this discussion, I thought, would attract representatives from the other communities who are affected. But as you can see, it is only
representatives from one side of those who are in conflict, who are present and discussing this matter. I think as a nation we should learn to come together. It is quite unfortunate that the other members are not present. Honorable Speaker, our government has some primary responsibilities. One is to protect life and property, and in this case, obviously the government has failed, and the previous governments have failed as well. Protection of our borders. I firmly believe that some of the herders and the camels are not necessarily from within Kenya. I think some have crossed the border from neighboring countries into the Republic for purposes of grazing. And I think most of the camels actually are not owned by the herders. The owners are somewhere, are either politicians or businessmen or people with means elsewhere, within and out of the Republic. And again, the government has failed to protect our borders from this invasion by foreign herders and foreign camels. A government must ensure accountability. Again here, this government and the previous governments have failed because we don't hear of any arrests and prosecutions when these kind of unfortunate events occur. And finally, our government is supposed to educate its people. I think at social level, the problem we are facing is one of education, really. Because I was talking to one of my friends who is from the north and who understands what has happened here. And he explained to me that there are some customary practices. If one person is killed, you go out to kill two of the people who killed your person. So he's telling me that is why the number in Kitui murders are what they are. I think that is a function of education. But Honorable Speaker, instead of just talking, I would urge this House that we pass two specific resolutions, if it is possible under this motion. One, in terms of communication, we have something called Universal Service Fund. We should direct the Communication Authority of Kenya to immediately avail resources to establish communication network in the affected areas as a House, instead of just discussing the motion and leaving it hanging. I would urge this House, and you particularly, Honorable Speaker, to make that directive, that the CCK uses proceeds of the Universal Service Fund to establish communication networks in the affected areas. Secondly, we should pass a resolution asking the Ministry of Interior and National Security to present to this House a national strategy to deal with this problem that will include surveillance, preventions, arrest and prosecutions, all the accountability elements, because we have not seen one. I think the IG, unfortunately, was out of the country, and I must commend IG Kanja for the good work that he's doing. He gave us an assurance as people, members of Linda Mwananchi, about our safety and security in Kisumu. And he kept his word. In fact, the service upheld the spirit and the law, the provisions of the Constitution, and we had, even though there were attempts to disrupt, the police did their work to ensure our safety and security. So I think IG Kanja was out of the country. I think he has just come back. So those alluding that he is not visiting the area, he was in Haiti as a matter of fact. I think he has just come back. And I think he's a very competent IG who will deal with this matter. But, Honorable Speaker, I urge you to give those two directions so that we can find a solution to this problem. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, we all understand the limitations of an adjournment motion. And that is why I was posing the question to the mover on how better we should approach this matter. So to prevent any further loss of lives and destruction of property, I'm directing that this matter be taken up by the committee in charge of administration and internal affairs immediately for necessary intervention and necessary reporting to the House in terms of action. As I've said, there was an intervention by that committee before, and there was immediate action. It becomes necessary that we do so again because we are being told Kenyans are being killed in the process, and this thing could go beyond what we have now, which would not be good for the country. Honorable members, be upstanding. Honorable members, the time being 7:03 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, the 29th day of April, 2023.
26 at 9:30 a.m.